Good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to Nampa. We've got another doubleheader coming your way between the Northwest Nazarene Nighthawks and the St. Martin Saints. Yesterday was a tale of two very different ball games. Game number one dominated by Northwest Nazarene and their offense. The Nighthawks put up 16 runs en route to a 16-5 victory in game one of our doubleheader on Friday. Game number two was an absolute pitching duel, however, highlighted by Justice Yamashita, who went the distance in the 7-inning contest. A complete game shutout for Yamashita in game number two secured a St. Martin's victory by a final score of 1-0. And in fact, the only run in that game came courtesy of a wild pitch. Brock Moffitt saw one get away from his catcher, Rumble Reyes, with the bases loaded. Cody Chavez scored from third, and that ended up being the entire difference over the course of the 7 innings. With the split, the Nighthawks are now 12-10 overall and 4-2 in the GNAC, still holding the top spot, tied with Western Oregon after Western Oregon split their doubleheader yesterday with Central Washington. St. Martin's 500 in GNAC play. They are 1-1 and 6-13 overall. We're looking forward to two more exciting matchups today, and Spencer Schweer will be on the mound for Northwest Nazarene to get things started this afternoon. Schweer 2-2 record on the year with a 4.78 ERA, 26 1/3 innings of work. He's allowed 16 runs, 14 of them earned on 30 hits, while walking 7 and striking out 19. Opponents hitting .291 against him, and the left-hander is ready to go as Tai Matsunami is in the box, and the third baseman will take on the outside corner a called strike. We're underway at 1:02 p.m. Mountain Time. Absolutely beautiful day, sunny and 61 degrees. Curveball in there, strike two, and Matsunami falls into a quick hole. Matsunami didn't play in either game yesterday. He's getting his first at bat here today. He takes it up high. Matsunami just a 111 hitter so far this season. 3 hits and 27 tries as he starts in his 8th game of the season. Gets a piece of this one out in the air to center field. Best backing up on a back pedal, puts it away. And the game begins with a flyout. With one gone, Drew Forgione steps in, and we'll take the time to take a look at how the Nighthawks set up defensively here in this contest. In left field, Colton Moore with Tyler Best in center field. Out in right, it's Hayden Keller. And around the infield from left to right, Duke Pawakoa, Parker Price, Kyle Payne, and Grant Carey at first as Forgione gets hit on the shoulder, and he takes first base on the hit by pitch. Schweer out on the mound, and Quentin Ayers behind the plate. Runner on for one of the most dangerous hitters in the Greater Northwest Athletic Conference. Aaron Renault stands in. He's 2 for 8 in this series. One of those hits a home run. He's got 5 in just 18 games played in this season, and he's second in the conference, only behind the man playing first base for NNU and Grant Carey, who hit his conference-leading 6th yesterday. Lefty on lefty matchup, and the count is even at 1-1. Popped up left field, moving in is Moore, and he'll get there in plenty of time as that one hangs way up. Second flyout in the inning for Spencer Schweer. Here comes the cleanup man for SMU, Mark Stewart, who was taken out of game one yesterday after taking a pitch off the underside of his body behind the plate as the catcher. He's the DH today for St. Martin's. He only got one at bat in Game 1 before being removed for Chasen Dulatre. And Dulatre is catching in Game 1 again today for SMU, giving Stewart that time off by getting him back into the lineup as he fouls it straight down. Forgione at first with 2 gone. This ball on a line out towards left center field. It'll get down in front of Moore, taking the turn, heading to third. And in safely with no throw is Forgione. First hit of the inning. And for Stewart, his first hit of the series. 2-out base hit keeps the line moving for Griffin Williams, who gets an opportunity to swing the bat in the first inning. Williams 1 for 4 in game number 1. Did not play in the 7-inning contest, game number 2 of our doubleheader yesterday. Williams comes in batting .263. No home runs, 6 RBIs for him on the season. Schwer dealing with runners on the corners and 2 away in the top of the first. Down and in, 2 balls, no strikes. Griffin Williams, sophomore from El Dorado Hills, California. Last year played in 31 games, started 30. Schwer, the left-hander, out on the mound, a junior from Boise, Idaho. Back in Idaho after playing in the NWAC out in Washington at Walla Walla Community College. Three balls and no strikes to the count. Reed Little waits on deck. Schwer comes set. The 3-0. And that finds the outer third. Forgione at third, Stewart at first. A hit by pitch and a base hit. Have the Saints with 2 men aboard. Schwer trying to get out of the inning with no runs allowed, and this one is laced right past Forgione. So from 3-0, the count goes full. Two outs. Stewart will get a head start over at first. The payoff pitch. Hit in the air, foul territory. Keller will give chase, but he's going to have to give up when he reaches the fence as this ball lands in the bullpen. We'll do the full count offering another time as Williams digs himself back in, trying to add to his RBI total on the season. With a base hit, Stewart takes off once more. Fly ball out to center field. Best has a read on it, chases him to the track out in right center, but he manages to haul it in, and that'll do it for the top of the first. No runs on a hit and a hit by pitch as the Saints strand a pair. Nighthawks will come up when we return. You're watching Northwest Nazarene Baseball on YouTube.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
No. Come on, where is it?
Dave, it's your Idaho Central app here. Any chance you're missing a debit card? Let's get that taken care of for you. With ICCU's card control, you can turn any card off with the tap of your finger.
You got it.
And back on again. Out. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Welcome back to Vale Field. Bottom of the first inning, no score. Saints strand a pair on the corners as Spencer Schweer managed to work out of a jam, and now Finley Butler will take to the hill for the first time. Butler, the starter, going against the NNU lineup, a sophomore from Boise, Idaho, and was a Boise Brave, went to Boise High School. He'll get the ball in game number 3 of this series. Numbers for Finley Butler. He's making his 5th start of the season. He's got a 1-0 record and a 4.58 ERA. 17 2/3 innings thrown on the season. 21 hits, 13 runs allowed, with just 9 of them being earned, while walking 6 and striking out 10. Tyler Best, the leadoff man for the Nighthawks, looking to get things underway. Went 3 for 7 in the 2 games yesterday, including a home run and drawing 2 walks. And he takes down and away for ball 1. Best out in center field. On the season, batting .299, 23 for 77 is Best. He cranks this one into left field, but got underneath it. 2 outfielders a call for it, and Chavis, the center fielder, will take it away from Williams to record the putout.
Shortstop from Boise, Idaho, number 3, Parker Price.
Best goes down. And we'll take a look at the defensive alignment for St. Martin's. Just talked about Williams and Chavis. Those 2 are in left and center, respectively. You got Reed Little out in right field as Parker Price bloops one to first. That'll be snagged by Renault, and that sets us up to go around the infield from right to left. Renault at first, Forgione at second, Oshiro at shortstop, and Matsuami at third, with Dulatre behind the plate and Finley Butler on the mound. So Price with the quick pop out to third on just 1 pitch. Means the bases are empty with 2 men gone in the inning for Hayden Keller, the right fielder. Senior from Minden, Nevada, takes it down low for ball 1. Keller had some success yesterday, going 2 for 7, scoring 2 runs, picking up 2 RBIs, also drawing a walk while doubling. Keller batting .333 on the year, tied for the team lead with Parker Price. And at the current moment, with the Price pop-out, leads the Nighthawks in terms of batting average on this season. Both Price and Hayden Keller are tied for 4th, of course being tied up for the team lead, both batting .333. They're tied for 4th in the GNAC Conference. And Keller gets a piece, but it's foul as he pulls it down the line. Ball and 2 strikes the count. The only 3 men in the conference that have better averages than Price and Keller. Adam Faisal from Central Washington, Derek Mabin from Western Oregon, and Cooper Dulich from Montana State University Billings. Those three batting 384, 352, and 346. The 1-2 in the air, right center field. This will get down for a base hit and a wide turn from Keller, but he sees the throw come in and wisely retreats, limited to a single, as Little cut that ball off. Two-out base hit extends the inning for Grant Carey. Most formidable power hitter in the GNAC. 6 home runs, leads the conference, and absolutely tattooed a ball over the fence and the netting in left yesterday as part of a 6-run bottom of the 8th in game number 1 for NNU in their 16-5 victory. Chases the first one, takes it the other way. Little's got to get to a ball that's tailing. He lays out, and he makes the catch. What a grab out in right field from Reed Little. That ball was going away from him the whole time, and he manages to stay with it to end the first. We go to the second, scoreless in Nampa. You're watching Nighthawks baseball on YouTube.
At NNU, your classroom is anywhere and anytime you need it to be. With online classes for undergrad and graduate degrees, your future begins where you are. Find your program at nnu.edu.
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
We're back to the top of the second inning. 6-7-8 due up for St. Martin's. Reed Little, who just made that outstanding grab in right field to end the home half of the first. He's in the box for NNU. 1-for-5 performance yesterday, including drawing 2 walks and had a double in game number 1. Did Little as he swings through the change. It's a ball and a strike. Right-handed hitting Little in against the left-handed tossing Schweer. Another swing and a miss. Some good downward action on that fastball. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Little getting moved around in the lineup a couple of times. He batted cleanup in game number 2 after he was hitting in the 6th hole in game number 1. And he lines it over the head of Parker Price out into left, a base hit. Little seems to like the 6th hole a lot more than he does batting cleanup. He was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts when he hit cleanup, but he's 2 for 3 while batting in the 6th spot. He's aboard for Cody Chavis, the center fielder. Chavis, .224 hitter on the year for the Saints. Swings and misses at the first one. Junior from Sumner, Washington, and a 2021 All-Conference honorable mention a year ago. Hit in each inning off of Schweer for the Saints so far. This pitch misses inside for a ball. Count goes even at 1-1. Chavis 2 for 7, 2 runs scored, including the game-winning run in game number 2, the only run of that 1-0 victory for St. Martin's. A pop-up, but popped foul over the netting and back out towards the houses. Ends up in the middle of the road, luckily avoiding anybody's car. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, no one gone, and a runner on. Ayers sets the target away, and here comes a back pick down to first. Little in time, pitch missed off the plate. Count goes even once more. Relatively simple lead over at first. Chavis pummels it into left. Morrow chase it down, and he will hold Chavis to a single, cutting it off before the fence. Also keeps Little at second, but back-to-back base hits to open up the frame for the Saints. Jason Dulatre will try and keep that momentum going as he comes up for his first plate appearance. Comes in the top of the second inning in a tie ball game. Dulatre, a redshirt junior from Pearl City, Hawaii, facing off against the junior Schweer from Boise. First offering, taken at the knees. Fastball for called strike number 1. First 2 men have reached, both on singles out to left field. Little got it over the head of Parker Price, and then Chavis pulled it. Curveball in the dirt, and good hold back by Dulatre. Saints trying to move over 500 in GNAC conference play with a victory, while NNU tries to keep pace at the top. Their 4-2 record has them in a tie for first with Western Oregon. Wolves taking on Central Washington today, as Price is there on the backup for the ball that got away. Western Oregon and Central split yesterday. 6-5 victory in game 1 for the Wolves. For the Wildcats responded with a 7-5 victory in game number 2 out in Monmouth. Schweer's 1-1. Swung on and missed as Dulatre had the fastball blown right past him. Two for 5 showing yesterday for the catcher Dulatre. Came in the 4th inning of game 1, then caught all 7 innings in game 2. Behind the plate here in game number 3 of the series. Gets a piece of this one. This ball is fair down the left field line, and that is going to plate the first run for sure. They're going to wave around Chavis from first, and he will score without a throw. It's a 2-run double for Dulatre, and the Saints hop out to an early 2-0 lead on the strength of 3 consecutive hits in the top of the second. Still a man in scoring position, and Ryan Oshiro gets to bat. Number 9 hitter up for the first time. Corners play in against Oshiro. And both Pawakoa and Carey, and Schweer spikes this one off the turf. After we saw a game completely devoid of offense in the nightcap yesterday, it has come back here early, certainly for the Saints, who really started to pick things up towards the end of game 1 offensively, but had that momentum stifled throughout the second, only able to score that 1 run, but that was all they needed behind the back of Justice Yamashita and his complete game shutout. Boise native is set. His curveball wrapped slowly to second, where Payne can pick it up and make the easy toss to record the first out of the inning. 4-3 ground out for out number 1, but it's a productive out for Oshiro as he moves the runner from second to third, and Dulatre stands 90 feet away from giving the Saints their third run in the top of the second inning. Lineup turns over for Tai Matsunami. He flew out to best in center field in his first trip to the plate. If he does it again, he'll likely collect an RBI and a sac fly. Schwer steps off again. He wants a redo of the signs with his catcher Ayers. Now he finally likes what he sees. Good block behind the plate from Ayers on ball 1. One-0 fouled off the netting over on top of the Saints dugout. Matsunami, a junior, checks his swing. Did he go around and appeal to first? Yes, he did. And that is strike number 2. Matsunami, one of double digits, who calls Hawaii home on this St. Martin's team. And he swings and misses at the high curve as Schwer sneaks it past him for out number 2. First strikeout of the game for Spencer Schwer on the mound. And he gets an important out number 2. Drew Forgione now tasked with bringing home Dulatre from third base for St. Martin's. Gets on top of this one in a weak little bouncer over on the third base side for strike 1. Forgione, a junior from Chehalis. And he takes down in the dirt. One ball, one strike. Forgione foul tip into the mitt. That is strike 2 on the fastball. After giving up 3 consecutive hits, Schwer one pitch away from getting out of the inning and limiting the damage to just 2. Ground ball to short. This should do it as Price fields, charges through it, and throws to carry for out number 3. Nighthawks get out of the inning, but St. Martin's picks up 2 runs, and SMU leads it heading into the last of the second. We'll be back momentarily. You're watching Northwest Nazarene Baseball.
Since 1998, Idaho Pizza has been serving our local community. With fresh, local ingredients and friendly faces to serve you, Idaho Pizza delivers greatness one delicious pizza at a time. For our monthly specials, menus, and a list of locations, visit IdahoPizzaCompany.com.
Rumble Reyes will lead off the home half of the second inning. Northwest Nazarene finds themselves in a 2-0 hole. Chasen Dulatre behind the plate. He's the one who got the scoring started with his 2 RBI double as Reyes takes right down the middle at the knees for strike 1. Redshirt freshman from Chula Vista, California. And Reyes on the season batting .270 for the Nighthawks as he fouls it into the netting. Came to Idaho from San Diego Mesa College, leaving his hometown area. Chula Vista and San Diego separated by maybe 5 miles, depending on what part of Chula Vista and what part of San Diego you're talking about. 0-2, bounce to second base, an opportunity for Forgione, and he makes the routine play. Leadoff man retired by Finley Butler out on the mound. And Colton Moore will come in looking for anything to hit.
Number 5, Colton Moore.
The senior was walked 6 times in yesterday's doubleheader. Had 4 walks in game number 1 and added 2 more in game number 2. Had a great eye yesterday, and he swings at the first pitch. Did that a couple of times yesterday, specifically in the second game. After he got sick of not seeing anything to hit, he went after the first one, which was usually a strike. Just a bit early this time. No balls to strike the count. Butler to the plate, and he finds the outside of the plate with the knees as well. Got it right down at the bottom of the kneecap. Count to 0-2 against the Nighthawks left fielder, and he's chokes up about half an inch. 0-2, swing and a miss on the changeup, and he's tagged out as the ball hit the dirt. First strikeout on the mound for Finley Butler as he picks up the second out. Butler getting to face the hottest hitter in this series with the bases empty and 2 gone. Duke Pawakoa, who went 6 for 7 across the 2 games yesterday, including a 4 for 4 performance in game 1 with 4 doubles, all off the wall. Takes a curve that ended up going into the catcher's mitt in the strike zone, but crossed up high. It's ball 1. Pawakoa, just the 1 hit for NNU through their first 6 batters in the lineup. That came courtesy of Hayden Keller. Finley pops the glove and gets the strike call. Four-seamer finding the outer edge. Pawakoa hitting .280 thanks to his performance in the series. He's 21 for 75. This one is down the left field line. And Pawakoa is going to try to hustle for 2. Here comes the throw. Pawakoa slides in, and he is out on the tag. Forgione got the ball in time. It was a strong, accurate throw from Williams. And Pawakoa out trying to stretch the single into the double. He does pick up his 7th hit in the series, but he's thrown out on the base paths to send us to the 3rd. We'll be right back. SMU leads Northwest Nazarene 2-0 as we've played 2 full at Elmore Vale Field.
One of these people is taking their first steps into higher education. One of these people is about to be the first in their family to earn a bachelor's degree. One of these people is finishing their master's degree and working full-time. One of these people is about to be called doctor. Which one is which? It doesn't matter. What matters is that they're all here for good.
Starting the top of the third inning. St. Martin Saints lead the Northwest Nazarene Nighthawks 2-0. Thanks for joining us here on this Saturday afternoon. Leonard Berry with you, as it is a beautiful day for baseball. Picture perfect, 63 degrees, barely a cloud in the sky, and a first pitch straight into the backside of Aaron Renault puts him aboard to lead off the third. That's back-to-back leadoff men getting aboard for the Saints. They had Reed Little get aboard and score in the second, and now Renault trots on down to first after the hit-by pitch. Mark Stewart, the designated hitter, he singled last time up, 1 for 1 in the box again. He takes down and in. Stewart, a local product who went west, sophomore from Meridian, Idaho, played at Meridian High School. Coming out of Meridian High School, in fact, he was a Idaho 5A All-Conference honorable mention. Decided to depart for Lacey, Washington, where last year, in his first season with the Saints, he was a 2021 Greater Northwest Athletic Conference All-Conference honorable mention. Hit .383 while playing in 32 games and starting 25. Also had a .448 on-base percentage to go along with a .521 slugging. So great slash line for the catcher. Takes a called strike on the 3-0. He thought it was up. This season, Stewart off to a hot start as well. .333 hitter coming into today. 13 for 39 with 5 doubles. No RBIs and no home runs on the season for him yet. Bounces that one foul, and the count goes full. New turf here at NNU, just absolutely beaming in the sunlight. Payoff pitch, Renault takes off. Pitch is a called strike 3 on the inner third, and sliding off the bag is Renault. He was initially safe, but he gets gunned down as he slides through. And right there you see the turf coming into play, as Renault misjudged his slide and how far he would carry on this soft turf. Went right through the bag, and he ends up getting caught out for it, caught stealing by Ayers. Second strikeout of the game for Schweer on the mound, and with 2 gone and the bases empty, Griffin Williams takes ball 1. Another pitch low, that's ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Stewart went down looking. He definitely thought it was ball 4. Pitch looked like it was just barely touching the inner third of the plate, as Schweer got the call, and he gets this one as well. And then Renault just went right through it. Good job by Payne out at second base to stay with the play after Renault was initially called safe. 2-1 bouncer foul. And after the hit by pitch to open the visiting half of the third, Schweer's got himself in position where he needs just 1 strike to get out of the inning. This ball crushed to left. Moore giving chase to the track, and there he makes the catch. Schweer gets out of it. A caught stealing, a strikeout, and a flyout. No hits, no runs, and no errors, with no one left on base for the Saints. We go to the home half of the third. The visitors lead it by a pair. Quentin Ayers will get things going. 8-9-1 in the bottom of the third. St. Martin's holding the 2-0 lead. Finley Butler trying to protect it out on the mound as he goes to work for his third inning. 2 hits allowed so far by Butler, one to Hayden Keller and the other to Duke Pawakoa, who got thrown out trying to stretch a single into a double. Butler to the plate, and Ayers manages to take again another pitch that stays low and away. 2 balls, no strikes to the catcher. Ayers played in game 1. Rumble Reyes replaced him behind the plate in game 2 yesterday. Ayers went 2 for 5 in that first contest. He's in the driver's seat here. 3 balls, no strikes to the backstop. Ayers still trying to get the bat going this season, hitting 208, but he raised it up with yesterday's performance, and he doesn't get anything to offer at here. It's a 4-pitch walk to put the leadoff man aboard for the Nighthawks. The first time in this ball game that they've had the leadoff man reach base in an inning.
That'll bring up your second baseman from Bellingham, Washington, number 48, Kyle Payne.
Kyle Payne makes his way to the plate, right-handed hitting second baseman, batting 9th in the lineup today for Joe Schaefer's side. Payne had a RBI double in the first inning of game 1 that started the Nighthawks offensive explosion, 5 unanswered for NNU in the 16-5 victory yesterday. But since then, Payne has not got a hit. He's 1 for 8 in the series. Goes up the middle, past the dive of Oshiro. And just like that, he gets that second hit of the series.
Back to the top of the order for your Nighthawks center fielder, number 12, Tyler.
Payne aboard at first. Quinn Ayers in scoring position at second. And the Nighthawks look to get the party started with the top of the lineup. Tyler Best back in after flying out to center field in the first inning of the contest. Dulatrey going to go give signs to his infielders just in case there's a play on here for NNU. Not difficult to imagine a scenario where the Nighthawks try to lay one down and get 2 men into scoring position with just 1 out. See how they go about it as Best waggles the bat around and takes ball and no strikes after the slider missed. St. Martin's pitching staff, which came into this series as the worst in terms of ERA in the GNAC with a 7.70, has really found their stride, specifically over these last couple of games. The complete game shutout from Yamashita in game number 2. So far, holding NNU to just 3 hits so far. Best underneath this one. It's towards the gap, roaming over. Chavis makes the catch, and he hits his cutoff man in time. So make sure Ayers doesn't go anywhere. Best 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts to center.
Shortstop from Boise, Idaho, number 3, Parker.
Former Gonzaga Bulldog Parker Price will get a crack at it. He popped out to first base on just 1 pitch in his only at-bat so far today. Bats with men on first and second, Ayers at second, Payne at first. And Northwest Nazarene down 2-0. First pitch from Finley Butler. Curveball stays too high. Butler's dealt with at least 1 runner on in every inning so far. So he's not a stranger to these situations in this game. Price gets a good piece. It's out into left field. They're going to hold Ayers at third. And the bags are juiced for Hayden Keller. Price collects the second hit of the inning for the home side. And they set up an opportunity for the middle of the lineup to try and do some damage with Keller up and Grant Carey waiting on deck. Left-handed hitting Keller put a ball out into right field for a single in the first. He's 1 for 1. Both teams with 4 hits in the contest as Keller fouls off the first pitch. Early RBI opportunity for the right fielder if he can come through with the bases loaded. Game number 1 today, a 9-inning contest. Game number 2 will be 7 innings as Keller chases after a curveball. Butler will desperately be looking for a strikeout. Butler delivers, misses the outside with the fastball. 1 ball and 2 strikes as the four-seamer stayed away the entire time. One and 2 count. Ayers at third. Price at first and Payne at second. The 2-2. Line to first, and it's going to turn into a double play as Renault spears it and steps on the bag to double off Parker Price. A fantastic opportunity for the Nighthawks goes by the wayside, and Butler pitches out of trouble by getting the double play. It stays 2-0. We've played 3 full at Vail Field in Nampa, and it's the Saints on top of Northwest Nazarene. Not a whole lot of offense to speak about as we start the top of the 4th inning. Reed Little due up along with Cody Chavis and Chasen Dulatre. Little's in the box taking strike 1. Just the 2 runs so far. Came back in the 2nd inning. Reed Little got things started in that inning. He led off with a single, came around to score. Both him and Cody Chavis scored on a Dulatre double. And that's all the offense we have to speak about. Nighthawks just had a great opportunity, but weren't able to get anyone home. Hayden Keller lining out to first, turning into a double play. That changeup gets a massive swing and a miss from Little. So far, the early innings of this contest playing out much more like we saw in Game 2 yesterday compared to Game number 1. Opportunity for Price at short. And Carey keeps his foot on the bag even with the high throw. Little goes down, 1 for 2 on the day now for the SMU right fielder. Although the NNU right fielder, Hayden Keller, is also 1 for 2 this afternoon. Cody Chavis comes up. Single and a run scored for him in his only trip to the plate today. He's 3 for 8 in this series. Gets underneath a ball, lifts it lazily out to right. It does send Keller all the way back to the fence, but he reaches up with the over-the-shoulder grab. And Schwerer on the mound has 2 quick retirements. He'll face the catcher, Dulatre, with the bases empty and 2 gone in the top of the 4th. Dulatre responsible for bringing in the only 2 runs of the game. And he'll try to keep the inning alive by getting on base for the Saints. Takes below the knees for ball 1. A pitch that was very close, but deemed the ball. The 1-0. Line to short over the glove of Payne as he reached up for it at second. Base hit for Dulatre. He's 2 for 2. Inning does go on for Ryan Oshiro. He grounded out to Kyle Payne at second base in his first trip. Takes curveball on the dirt, ball 1. Oshiro, 6-foot senior who bats left, throws right. Heading the count, 2 balls, no strikes. It's from Aiea, Hawaii. Went to Moanalua High School. One-time GNAC Player of the Week. 2018 All-Conference selections on the second team. And a 2019 All-Honorable Mention. He's way ahead in the count. 3 balls, no strikes, with Dulatre at first. Schweer's 3-0. Taking all the way, and Oshiro takes ball 4. 2-out walk. Schwerer will hope that doesn't come back to bite him as he's pushed Dulatre up into scoring position for Tai Matsunami, the leadoff batter. Matsunami hasn't yet found a way to get on base, and it's going to lead to a visit. That 2-out walk will. Looks like the entire infield will come together in conference for the Nighthawks. They trail it 2-0 as we play the top of the 4th. Matsunami, a fly out to center field and a strikeout swinging. The walk by Schweer is just the first that he's given up today, although he has hit 2 batters. He hit Forgione back in the first inning and also hit Renault in the 3rd. He stares down Matsunami. Big 2-out spot for the Saints' third baseman upcoming. Pitch away for ball 1. ball, no strikes. Taken at the bottom of the zone for a called strike number 1. Matsunami, a junior, also from Aiea, Hawaii. He went to Aiea High School on Lake Oshiro. One. Top of the zone for a called strike. It's 1-2. Matsunami in his 4th season with the Saints, although just a junior, thanks to being on the team during 2020, where they played just 12 games, canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Schwer trying to get out of the inning. The 1-2. Matsunami just fights it off. A protect swing on the curveball. Saints with 5 hits compared to NNU's 4. But a 2-run advantage on the scoreboard. And a 6th hit would likely make it 3-run advantage for the Saints as Matsunami fouls off back-to-back pitches. Did not appear in either of the games yesterday, but thrust into the leadoff role in game number 3. Doing what he needs to right now, working the count. Another 1-2 offering. Stays upstairs from Schwer. Nighthawks pitcher just wants to get out of the inning. There is a right-hander warming in the bullpen for NNU. This curveball is popped up, foul territory, first base side. Carey settles underneath and squeezes the foul out. That does it for the top of the 4th. Saints strand 2 more. They've stranded 5 runners in the game, but they lead it by a pair of runs. It's 2-0 going into the home half of the 4th inning. When we come back, you're watching Northwest Nazarene Nighthawk baseball. We played 3.5 innings, and St. Martin's leads it 2-0. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Grant Carey is the leadoff man. He swings and misses at the changeup. First pitch changeup definitely threw him out of whack. And then you had the bases loaded in their last ups in the bottom of the 3rd before Hayden Keller lined the ball into the glove of Renault at first base, and that ended the threat. It turned into a double play where Parker Price got doubled up. So Carey looking to get started and get the leadoff man aboard for just the 2nd time for NNU in the contest. He's ahead in the count, 2 balls and a strike. Finley Butler's been able to get out of every situation that he has needed to in the game. Carry down the right field line, but well foul. Ball ends up in someone's yard. Loud second strike. 2-2. And Carey does not get any piece of that. Dulatray has to throw it down to first due to the drop third strike, but he gets it down in time. Carey goes down swinging to begin the home half of the fourth. Second strikeout on the mound for Butler. He'll face Rumble Reyes, who he got to roll over to second base in his first trip when Reyes was leading off the second inning. First pitch. Reyes takes ball one below the knees. Reyes 1 for 3 with a walk in the series. 0 for 1 today. Ten straight innings for the Nighthawks where they've been unable to put up a run after being blanked in all 7 of Game 2 yesterday and going scoreless throughout the first 3 of today's contest. Mentioned that St. Martin's pitching staff really finding their groove. It's definitely been true for the Saints here recently. NNU trying to do anything they can just to get a runner to touch home. Good eye from Reyes. And now he can look for one pitch in one location with the count at 3-1. Butler ready. This misses low. And ball 4, Reyes takes the 1-out walk.
Bring up your left fielder from Provo, Utah, number 5, Colton Moore.
Colton Moore comes up 0 for 1 with a swinging strikeout. Butler still continuing to miss low as he puts another one in the dirt. Ball, no strikes to the senior from Provo. Make it 2 balls and no strikes. Colton Moore, the elder Moore brother on the NNU squad. He's in the lineup in this game. A younger brother, Walker Moore, not after he was the DH in both games yesterday. Moore a bit too early on that swing, ended up knocking it foul out of play. All the fans turning around eagerly to make sure it's not their car, that the one that's in danger. Not a lot of separation between the road, the parking lots, and the field. The 2-1. Take it downstairs, ball 3. And that's going to send Dulatray out to the mound. He wants the conference. After Butler has missed low with 7 of his last 9. Definitely have to commend anyone who parks on the street here at Elmorevale Field. The only thing protecting those cars is the high net behind home plate. Windshield repairs these days are not cheap. Colton Moore, as he has been plenty of times in this series, on the verge of drawing a walk. It's 3-1. This is called strike 2. Two-seam movement on the fastball. Brings it back over the plate as it tailed right over the inner third. Race at first with one away. And a full count delivery upcoming. Foul ball straight back. We'll do it again. Nighthawks have had a runner on in every inning. They had the bases loaded in the bottom of the third. Couldn't get anyone home. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Moore behind the fastball. His second strikeout today. Third in the game for Butler.
Your third baseman, number 23, Duke Pawakoa.
Duke Pawakoa will try to stay hot. 7 hits in 8 trips, including a single where he was thrown out trying to take an extra base in the second inning. Rays at first with the Nighthawks behind by 2. Bottom of the 4th inning in Nampa. Reyes takes off, and he takes the base. Rumble Reyes with the steal. Took it right off of Finley Butler, who wasn't paying any attention to him at first. First stolen base on the year for Rumble Reyes as he gets himself into scoring position. Ball and a strike to Pawakoa. Fastball low and away. Call the ball. Behind the plate, it's 2-1. Two balls and a strike. Nighthawks looking to score their first run of the game. Three balls and a strike. The third such count that Finley Butler has got himself into on the mound. And back-to-back-to-back batters. Reyes got walked on a 3-1 count. Came back to strike out Colton Moore. And the outcome for Pawakoa, we still await. It's a base hit, left center field, and that'll get the run home. Reyes takes the turn. Pawakoa continues his incredible series. He is 8 for 9, and he's got an RBI single to put the Nighthawks on the board. It cuts the St. Martin's lead in half. The Saints lead it 2-1. Two out base hits lets Quentin Ayers come to bat for the second time today. Worked a walk in the third. Catcher stands in, swings at the first pitch, line drive center field. Plenty of space and time for Chavis to get to it, and that'll do it for the inning. Duke Pawakoa with another base hit. This one brings home a run as Reyes touches home, and the Nighthawks draw one back. They still trail as SMU leads NNU 2-1 going into the 5th inning. Pitching change to tell you about for the Nighthawks as we get set to go for the top of the 5th inning. It's the 6'4" right-hander from Richland, Washington. Shane Martin, the junior, comes in. He replaces Spencer Schwer. Final line on Schwer on the day, 4 innings pitched, giving up 5 hits and 2 runs, both of them earned, while walking a batter and striking out 2. Also hit 2 batters. And the first pitch from Martin is up high. Drew Forgione in the box for St. Martin's as they lead it 2-1. Both teams with 5 hits. Duke Pawakoa with 2 of them for NNU as Martin finds the zone for his first strike. Forgione, one of the 2 batters that got plunked by Schwer. He also grounded out to Parker Price at short in the second. He's 0 for 1. Tardy on the fastball. Martin snuck it right by him, down and in. Count to 1-2. Strike outside corner and called as Forgione goes down looking. What a way to enter the ball game for Shane Martin. Strikes out the first batter he sees looking. And he'll go after Aaron Renault with the bases empty and 1 away. Numbers for Martin on this season, a 12.54 ERA with an 0-3 record, making his 6th appearance this year. 4th time out of the bullpen. He also made 2 starts. Thrown 9 1/3 inning, giving up 17 hits, 15 runs, 13 of them earned, while walking 6 and striking out 11. The 0-1 right there over the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Martin looking for back-to-back strikeouts. Here he comes. Swing and a miss. Renault goes down on the bender. A looking strikeout and a swinging strikeout for Martin out of the bullpen. Sets down the first 2 Saints he sees in order, and now he'll deal with the cleanup man, Mark Stewart, who struck out looking as part of a strike him out, throw him out double play in the 3rd. Singled in the first, 1 for 2 day for the designated hitter of the Saints. Stewart takes it at the knees for a called strike to even the count. Martin, originally from Richland, Washington, went to Hanford High School. Then coming out of high school, played at Columbia Basin Community College in Pasco, Washington. Stayed right there in the Tri-Cities area before making the move over to Northwest Nazarene and coming to Nampa. Wanted to get a chase, but couldn't get it. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Foul ball straight back, right through the legs of Ayers behind the plate. We'll get to see another 2-2 delivery. Two on its way. And a check swing, but Stewart didn't go around. Count moves to full. Saints leading by a run. Each team trying to grab the advantage in the series. Whoever loses game 3 will only be able to grab a split. Pawakoa at 3rd, in time to carry. 2 strikeouts and a ground out for Martin out of the bullpen, and he gets the shutdown inning that NNU was looking for. No runs on no hits, no one reaches, and no one left on for the Saints. We go to the home half of the 5th at Elmore Vale Field. It's still St. Martin's 2, Northwest Nazarene 1.
It's me, your Idaho Central Credit Union app. Rough morning. Is that a mobile deposit? I got this. Beat it, Charlie. We're making money moves here. Cha-ching. And done.
Charlie, come on, outside.
Sorry about the mess. I'd help if I had hands. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Nine, 1-2 coming up for NNU. Kyle Payne leads off with Tyler Best and Parker Price to follow. Northwest Nazarene behind St. Martin's by a score of 2-1 as Payne takes a high strike. Finley Butler still on the hill for the Saints. He's given up 1 run on 5 hits. Been tossing a great game thus far. He keeps the fastball high, but this one's out of the zone. Right-hander up and throwing for the Saints, way down the right field line. 1-1. Up in the air, shallow right field, foul territory. Renault drifting backwards, and he can't get there. He was trying to just track it with the jog, and it ended up being out of his reach, carried farther than he anticipated. Payne will get another opportunity to swing the bat. Count moves to 1-2. One, two. Payne manages to lay off a pitch well outside. Two balls, 2 strikes to the second baseman from Bellingham, Washington. Checks his swing, went around. Called right there at home plate by the umpire, and he gets tagged out by Dulatre. Strike 3 swinging for Kyle Payne. 4th strikeout for Finley Butler. Kyle Payne becomes the first victim in inning number 5. Tyler Best takes on the inside, called strike 1. 2 flyouts, both to center field for Best. He's using the middle of the park, but hasn't found any green grass. 3 for 9 in the series. Behind in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Butler working quickly, try to get the head of the leadoff man for NNU today. The Hawaii transfer in a hole. Swing and a miss, strike 3, back-to-back punch-outs. Finley Butler has it working. Best becomes the 5th man to go down on the strikeout against Butler this afternoon. And Parker Price swings the bat. The base is empty and 2 gone in the home half of the 5th. Price 1 for 2 with a single back in the 3rd and a pop out in the 1st. 1-0. Price takes top of the zone, a called strike. Redshirt senior and a former Idaho Player of the Year, two-time, in fact, Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Idaho was Parker Price when prepping at Timberline High School. He's behind in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Target set away, and Price has to lunge out for it. Little there, camped underneath it, and makes the squeeze. That'll do it for the 5th inning. Northwest Nazarene can't get anyone aboard. 2 strikeouts and a flyout in their offensive attack as we move into the last of the middle innings. 6th inning coming your way when we come back. This is Nighthawks baseball as St. Martin's leads it 2-1 over NNU. Shane Martin goes into his 2nd inning of relief work out on the mound. Dazzled in the first, back-to-back strikeouts, and then got a ground out. He'll face 5, 6, and 7 for SMU, beginning with the left fielder, Griffin Williams. And Williams sends a high chopper to second. Payne fields it in plenty of time and makes the throw. 1 pitch, 1 out is how we start the top of the 6th inning. 4-3 ground out to Kyle Payne. Brings up Reed Little. Little digs in on the right side. 1 for 2 in the contest. Single and a run scored in the 2nd. And a ground out in the 4th. Second inning, the only one where runs have crossed for St. Martin's. They played to both Little and Chavez. And this foul ball caught Ayers. He's down. Snuck inside the shin guards. And he's going to go get examined. Second time in this series where we've seen a catcher wear one inside of their protective padding. Caused Mark Stewart to be removed from the game in the first, but looks like Ayers is okay and he can carry on. Little go apologize. Little finds himself behind, 0-2. Switch hitting sophomore, chokes up. Bounces the ball to third. Pawakoa charges it, but can't field it cleanly. They'll score it a hit for Reed Little. He's 2 for 3 today. Cody Chavis 1 for 2 in the right-handed batter's box. One out runner at first. This one got Chavis on the elbow as he hangs his left arm on his way down to first base. He becomes the third Saint who has been hit by a pitch today. Runners at first and second as Chavis tries to walk it off. Caught it right on his front left elbow. And that is one that definitely stings. Take a fastball to that part of the body. Sets up a familiar situation for Chasen Dulatre. He's 2 for 2 today, and his first hit in the second inning scored both the men who were on base when he doubled down the left field line. He's got the only 2 RBIs for St. Martin's in this game. First pitch to Dulatre. Up above the Saints writing on the jersey for ball 1. Paul no strikes. 6 hits for SMU, 5 for Northwest Nazarene. Dulatre just behind the fastball. Before their win yesterday, St. Martin's was on a 4-game losing streak. They snapped that skid. And now they're looking to go on a 2-game winning streak by picking up victory here in game 1. Good block behind the plate by Ayers. Stops both runners from gaining a free 90 feet. Chavis, though, even though he doesn't stand at second base, still technically in scoring position. That's where he scored from last time that Dulatre was at the plate. The double brought him all the way home from first. This is a jam shot to second. Payne will tag Chavis for the first out, and it'll short hop Carey, who picks it out of the dirt for the second. It's a double play on the 4U3. And Martin gets himself out of the inning. We'll go to the last of the 6. Still the Saints clinging to their 1-run lead. It's 2-1 at Elmore Vale Field. New pitcher to tell you about, Sam McCauley, taking over on the bump for St. Martin's. He replaces Finley Butler. Good performance from Butler. 5 innings, 5 hits, allowing just the 1 run while walking 2 and striking out 5. 3-4-5 coming up for NNU, starting with their right fielder, Hayden Keller. McCauley, 5'10 freshman from Baker City, Oregon. Right-hander went to Dordt University before transferring to SMU. 1-0. Chopped foul at the plate.
At bat for your Nighthawks right fielder, number 22, Hayden Keller.
Ball and a strike to Keller, who roped the ball to first base last time up. This time he finds space. A seeing eye single. Pulled through. Second base hit for Keller. 2 singles for Keller. 2 for 3 to go along with that line out.
Your first baseman, number 35, Grant Carey.
Tying run on the base pass for Grant Carey. Fly out and a strikeout for Carey. 0 for 2. 2 for 11 in the series. Carey in the air, right field and foul, not very deep. Ends up in the bullpen of the visiting Saints. Strike 1 against Carey. Nothing in 1. Carey takes it down and away, a ball and a strike. Check swing on the slider in the dirt. Moves the count to 2-1 for Carey. Former Boise State Bronco staying in the area. Going down the road after the Boise State program got disbanded back in 2020. After 40 years of no baseball. Broncos brought it back only to have it taken away. And Carey takes this to left, high, deep, and out of here. The conference leader in home runs has done it again. He homers for a second straight day. And he flips the script as the Nighthawks go from being 2-1 down to ahead by a run. It's now 3-2 on Carey's 7th home run of the season and his 2nd of the series.
Here's your designated hitter, number 33, Rumble Reyes.
Rumble Reyes will follow it up. Base is clear after the bomb. Reyes in the game, 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. He scored on a Pawakoa single. Sends it in the air to third base. Matsunami there, and he puts the squeeze on it. It's the first out in the bottom of the 6th.
Your left fielder from Provo, Utah, number 5, Colton Moore.
Reyes pops out. Colton Moore strides in. Moore 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts on the afternoon. Shows bunt, but then pulls it back. Matsunami playing rather deep and a shift on, albeit slightly, against the left-handed hitting Moore. Foul tips it off Dula-Tre. We've got Matsunami giving up a lot of space down the left field line by the bag, while the shortstop Oshiro plays just about up the middle. Forgione playing heels on the turf as the fastball ricochets all the way off the backstop onto the back of Dula-Tre. 2 balls and a strike. If you follow Major League Baseball, a shift has been in the news a bunch this week, along with the ending of the lockout. Lots of questions about banning the shift and how it disproportionately affects left-handed power hitters compared to right-handed power hitters. Still discussions to be had, but it sounds like 2023 might be the end of that. And who knows if it'll make its way into the collegiate ranks. The 3-1 pulled on the ground, and no shift necessary for Forgione standing at his natural position at second base, and he throws out Colton Moore for the second out of the inning. Plenty of different camps for whether the shifter should be banned or not, and plenty of interesting arguments on both sides. The real question will be is if it does indeed affect all levels of baseball. Pawakoa going after the first pitch. Pops it up for a strike. You definitely don't see it as much at the lower levels. Even in minor league baseball, the MILB, don't see it nearly as often as it's deployed in the majors. Pawakoa has been electrifying in this series. He's 8 for 9. And he's behind in the count. No balls, 2 strikes after the 2 straight fouls. He's getting his first look at McCauley. Comes to 0-2. Pawakoa checks. Pitch missed. And after the appeal to the first base umpire, no swing is the decision. First ball in the at-bat. McCauley ready for the 1-2. Pawakoa gets jammed, flies it up in the infield for Renault. And that'll do it for the bottom of the 6th. Grant Carey strikes. His big fly has Northwest Nazarene up. The 2-run shot from the first baseman has turned it around, and the Nighthawks lead it heading into the 7th, 3-2 over St. Martin's. You're watching Northwest Nazarene Baseball on YouTube.
Idaho Pizza keeps it local by supporting local farmers, and that makes our food that much more fresh. For our monthly specials, menus, and a list of locations, visit IdahoPizzaCompany.com.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
We played 6 complete, and it's Northwest Nazarene who has the 3-2 lead. Shane Martin remains on the mound, 3rd inning of relief. Rhino Shiro is the batter, 9-1-2 for the visiting Saints. Nighthawks taking the lead thanks to the Grant Carey home run in the bottom of the 6th inning, and Martin gets 2 quick strikes over. 2nd inning out of the bullpen wasn't as easy as the first for him. Hit a batter and also gave up a single in the visiting half of the 6th, and Oshiro looked like he tried to dump his elbow into that pitch. It's called a ball regardless. One ball and 2 strikes to the shortstop. Takes high and away. Count to 2-2. Oshiro's 0 for 1 with a walk. He's 1 for 6 in the series, 2 walks and an RBI for him. Reaches out. Had to give up the rear end to hit it off the end of the bat. And it's a ground ball to Payne, who throws him out. With Oshiro gone, St. Martin's is going to introduce a pinch hitter. It's Brian Nakagawa, the catcher, who will combat. The senior from Wailuku, Hawaii, and went to Maui High School. Nakagawa got in the game yesterday. Came in for Michael Yamaguchi as the DH, and in his only at-bat singled before he was erased on the base pass on a 4-6-3 double play. Yamaguchi make it Nakagawa 1 for 1 in the series. He came in for Yamaguchi yesterday, who was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. 1-0. That is right at the belt for strike 1. St. Martin's has not scored since the top of the 2nd. They took the lead early on a Chasen Dulatre double. Have not scored since then as Nakagawa gets a piece, but it only goes into the glove of Ayers. 3 unanswered runs from the Nighthawks have them in the lead. Been a combination of Spencer Schweer and Shane Martin. And Martin lost his footing on the mound and loses the pitch inside. It gets Nakagawa in the lower half. Another hit batsman. 4th different batter today for St. Martin's that has got aboard thanks to being hit by a pitch. We've got another new pinch hitter. This is Cody Issa, senior from Honolulu, will bat. And the switch hitter took all of his at-bats right-handed yesterday against nothing but lefties that NNU rolled out. Will get his first chance to swing it from the left-handed batter's box. Game number 3 of the series. He's batting for Forgione. This is a 9-inning game. It's game number 2 that'll be the 7-inning contest. Forgione 0 for 2 and hit by a pitch. So he is replaced for this at-bat by Issa. 0-2 delivery. Taken outside. Ayers had set up as though it was a pitch out, just in case Nakagawa had any ideas at first. Here's a pickoff attempt from Martin. Really keeping their eyes. Nakagawa commanding a lot of attention over at first base at the moment. Lisa, too late on the fastball as he goes down swinging. Out number 2 for Martin. His third strikeout of the relief outing. And Renault bats with the tying run at first base. Aaron Renault, 5 homers on the year, a homer in this series, gets on top of the very first pitch, and Carey will take it unassisted. The tying run gets aboard, but the Saints can't do anything with it. Renault grounds out to first base. We stretch at NNU out in Nampa. It's 3-2. The Nighthawks lead St. Martin's by a run. Quentin Ayers leads off the bottom of the 7th. Nighthawks by a run. As we get later into our full ball game. Nighthawks who took 3 of 1 in Ellensburg last weekend, hoping that they can take 3 of 4 again after they went 3 and 1 against Central Washington. If they do manage to go 3 and 1, they are guaranteed to keep pace with Western Oregon. Ayers pops it up. Ayers hitless, although he's only had 1 official at-bat. In his first plate appearance in the 3rd inning, he walked. A ball and 2 strikes is the count. Ayers takes away, moves the count to 2-2. Here's the sophomore catcher from Spokane, Washington. Went to Mount Spokane High School out on the eastern side of Washington State. He manages to lay off the slider. Beautiful day. And lots of fans out enjoying the weather. Ayers on a 1-hop to third base, and that is Hunter Kosmiter, who has come into the game, taking over for Tai Matsunami. Kosmiter a little short on the throw, but it gets there all the same. Ayers with the 5-3 ground out opens up the bottom of the 7th. Kyle Payne working on a 1-for-2 day. Stands in. First pitch hacking. That one is foul. Really is just the perfect day. 65 degrees, a little bit of wind to keep you cool with the sun out there. Payne gets a hold to center field, to the track. Reaching out is Chavis. And out in dead center field, he corrals it for the 2nd out of the inning.
Back to the top of the order for your Nighthawks center fielder from Eagle, Idaho, number 12, Tyler.
Payne put a charge into it. Had he been just a tad bit earlier, might have had an opportunity for a home run. And look out, Tyler Best has to duck out of the way and reveals his mullet that he's got going. Taking off the helmet. Mohawk mullet combo for Best with the sides shaved. Two balls, no strikes. Best hitless in the contest, 0 for 3. Couple of flyouts and a strikeout. Took a rip at the 2-0 and sends it to the street. And actually relatively close to someone who was just out there minding their own business, walking along. Landed maybe 5 feet behind him. He didn't even flinch. 2 balls and a strike with 2 outs, and the base is clear. High slider. McCauley trying to nibble the top of the zone, but he doesn't get the call. Count moves to 3-1. We haven't seen a whole lot of fastballs in hitters' counts. McCauley does give in, but that's a great fastball. Right on the inside, it's called strike 2. And Best will have to battle with the count full. It's a pitch you definitely have to be looking for if you're going to get the bat around to it. This time, Best was ready, and he's too early, in fact. Pummeled it out over the left field couch and the party deck here at Vail Field. Another payoff. Swing and a miss. Best behind the outside fastball, and he goes down swinging for the second time in the ball game. NNU still holds on to their lead, and SMU has just 6 outs to do something about it. St. Martin's trails it. It's the Nighthawks 3, the Saints 2, going into the top of the 8th. Four, 5, 6, middle of the order for St. Martin's. Saints down by a run. And they have 6 outs remaining to try and make it up. Mark Stewart swinging and missing at the first pitch he sees. Shane Martin still working on the mound for NNU. Stewart 1 for 3, a single, a strikeout, and a ground out. Pitch misses away. 0-1. Stewart 1 for 4 in the series. We'll see if he feels good enough to put on the gear and go behind the plate for game number 2, or if the Saints just want to keep resting him, let him recover from yesterday. Martin finds a curveball on the outside corner to move the count in his favor to 1-2. Ball and 2 strikes. Another curveball, but this release point a bit too high. Hangs up in the zone. 2-2 is low. Nighthawk dugout thought it was strike 3. They gave it a big cheer for the spot. Hard to get hurt in that location, but the count is now full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The offering pulled to third. Pawakoa's up with it. His throw is high, and Stewart gets cleared out. Ball ended up out of play on the outside of the gate, which means Stewart will get to go to second as well. At least he should. He's halfway between the 2 bases. You can see him, but he's walking back to first just to give his gear. Definitely seems to be some confusion for St. Martin's on the base paths. Stewart's got to go touch second base first before he can be replaced by the new pinch runner. Technically never occupied the base because he never stood on it, so he has to go touch it, and then he can be removed from the game. It's Austin Shaler, the sophomore, who's going to run for him. He's in scoring position right away with nobody out. Griffin Williams is in the box in a 1-run game. We'll see if the left fielder has the sign to lay one down. Run is already in scoring position, but he could make it easier for the rest of his team behind him if he can move him up 90 feet. Of course, in a situation like this, you can also just swing away and try to hit the ball to the right side. If it gets through, you likely score the run, and if it doesn't get through, you still move the runner over to third. Conference out on the mound with Martin, and that'll be it for him. So Martin's day in relief is done after the Pawakoa error. We'll step aside, and we'll come back, give you the rundown on the new arm taking the mound in the top of the 8th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
Back in the top of the 8th. Runner in scoring position is Austin Shaler. He got there thanks to a 2-base error from Duke Pawakoa. And on the mound for Northwest Nazarene, the best closer in the GNAC, Max Holzclaw. The league leader in saves with 5 is on for his 10th appearance of the season. He's trying to slam the door and secure a 6-out save. First pitch from Holzclaw, curveball that buries its way in at the thighs. A senior from Palo Cedro, California, and the former Shasta Community College product in Holzclaw. 6'3" right-hander, weighing in at 200 pounds. He gets a swing and a miss on the curveball. Count goes to 0-2. It's Griffin Williams in the batter's box. He's 0 for 3 today with 2 flyouts and a ground out to second base. If he can get a ground out to second base here, he would put the Saints in a good position to tie the game. Fastball swung on and missed as it buried itself in the turf. Williams sprints down, but he's still going to be thrown out by Ayers. And Holtzclaw comes out of the pen, picks up a strikeout on the first batter he faces. Opportunity now shifts to Reed Little, who's 2 for 3. Final line on Shane Martin, who came out of the game for Holtzclaw. 3 innings, 1 hit allowed, no walks, and 3 strikeouts. A very good outing for him, but he gets lifted in the 8th after the error as the Nighthawks move to Holtzclaw. First pitch fastball below the knees for ball 1. Holtzclaw, 2.35 ERA this year. He gets the swing and the miss. A 2-0 record with the 5 saves. Coming into today, had thrown 15 1/3, giving up just 14 hits and only 4 earned runs, 8 in total, while striking out 26 and walking just 3. And with the strikeout he just picked up, his 27th of the season, he gets a swing and a miss on a sharp breaking slider. He now boasts a 9.00 K to base on ball ratio. Tells you what kind of electric stuff he has out of the bullpen in the late innings. He's got Little on the ropes with a 1-2 count. Saints trying to tie the game by getting home Schaefer from second. Check swing, foul ball. Three runs on 7 hits and an error for Northwest Nazarene. 2 runs on 6 hits and no errors in the field for St. Martin's. Little has 2 of those 6 hits. Trying to pick up number 3 and get his team back level. 1-2, check swing. Yes, he did go around in the box. And Holtzclaw fans the first 2 he sees. Up to Cody Chavis to try to bring in the tying run. Center fielder for the Saints is 1 for 2. Single and a run scored. He's been on the base pass twice, thanks to being hit by a pitch in the 6th by Shane Martin. He gives a half-hearted swing at strike 1. NNU dugout loving what they're seeing. A lot of hooting and hollering from them, as Holtzclaw has turned up the temperature. There's a 12-6. Tumbles right in for strike 2. Holtzclaw 1 strike away from keeping the lead for the Nighthawks. The 0-2. Ground ball to short. Picked up by Price and in time to carry. After getting the leadoff man to second on the error, Holtzclaw comes in, strikes out 2, and gets the ground ball he needs. The Nighthawks hold the lead, and they try to add insurance when we come back. Bottom of the 8th coming your way on YouTube when we return to Vail Field in Nampa.
Welcome to NNU. For over 100 years, we've had one goal: make the world a better place. It's all happening here, the Boise Valley, and we're smack in the middle of it. Challenging programs? We've got 100 of them. How does an average class size of 17 sound? Professors who actually care? We're talking a 15-to-1 ratio. Trust us, they care. We're NNU. Here for you. Here for good.
Parker Price will bat first for NNU. Nighthawks lead it by a run, bottom of the 8th inning. They'd like to get some insurance for Max Holtzclaw, who just held the lead by coming in out of the pen and setting the side down in order that he saw after Mark Stewart reached on an error. 2-3-4 for NNU, beginning with Parker Price, who sees 2 fastballs from McCauley stay away. Price a single in the 3rd. He's 1 for 3. 3 for 11 in the series. Heading the count, 3 balls, no strikes. (3-0). Price takes it outside corner for a called strike. Left-hander tossing down in the St. Martin's bullpen, up the right field line. The 3-1. Price underneath and back up over the netting, out of play. Full count to the shortstop from Boise. McCauley set out on the hill. His 3-2 misses into the left-handed batter's box. Price aboard for the 2nd time, and the leadoff man is on for the Nighthawks in this bottom of the 8th inning. NNU does have the lead, but they would certainly like putting some breathing room between themselves and the visiting Saints. Just one mistake out on the mound could lead to a tie game if Northwest Nazarene can't grab another run. Hayden Keller, who's 2 for 3, is the man standing just outside the left-handed batter's box, who you see. Right fielder stroked a single in the 1st and in the 6th. Came home to score in the 6th inning on the Grant Carey home run. And that is what has NNU up on top, although it looks like a pitching change is coming for the Saints. Head coach Kelly Gow in his 4th season out on the mound, 4th season as head coach of SMU. It's his 7th season overall with the Saints after having stops at Fresno State and Rock Creek. Named interim head coach in the 2018 season and then promoted to head coach in summer of 2018. And indeed, a left-hander will take over. McCauley gives the ball up, and he will depart with a runner on and nobody out. We'll step aside and come back with the details of Macaulay's outing, as well as alerting you to the new man on top the rubber for the Saints. We'll be right back. You're watching Northwest Nazarene Baseball. A 6'3 left-hander coming out of the bullpen for St. Martin's. It's the senior from Westland, Oregon, Ryan Driscoll, who's atop the mound. Numbers on the season for Driscoll as he makes his 8th appearance. And off goes Parker Price on the first pitch. He steals second base. So the insurance run gets up into scoring position on the stolen base. Driscoll making his 8th appearance, 1-0 record, and a .71 ERA in 12 2/3 innings out of the pen. He's given up just 1 earned run on 10 hits with a walk and 12 strikeouts. Those are his numbers this season. Steps off to take a look at Price. For Price, that's his 4th stolen base on his 8th attempt. So 50% this season when it comes to swiping bags. And he's in scoring position for his right fielder, Keller. The 0-1. High and tight, ball and a strike. Yesterday we saw Colin Driscoll, the younger brother of Ryan. Ryan Driscoll is senior. The freshman, Colin Driscoll, pitched yesterday in game number 1. Foul ball off the bat of Keller. Colin was the second pitcher out of the bullpen in relief of Cole Hatton, who ended up getting the loss in the Saints' 16-5 defeat to NNU. Had a couple of low-scoring contests since then. The 1-0 victory for SMU. And we're playing a 3-2 ball game in the bottom of the 8th here. Keller with a late decision to swing on the curve. Just the 7 hits for NNU. Coming into today's game, second best hitting team in the GNAC behind Central Washington. Nearly a tower buzz there. Wildcats batting .296 as a squad. NNU .278. But the Nighthawks are the team with the most home runs in the GNAC conference, 22 of them. Thanks to Carey's bomb today as Keller takes a changeup on the outside. He goes down looking for a called strike 3. Seen a lot of success from all the different relievers today. No different here for Ryan Driscoll. Strikes out the first man he faces. And now has to work with the dangerous Grant Carey. Carey's been swinging a big bat in this series. 5 RBIs, 2 home runs, including the one he launched in his last trip to the plate in the 6th inning. First base is open with 1 away. O'Driscoll can think about pitching around Carey here and hoping that Rumble Reyes grounds into a double play. Price getting too ambitious on the base pass, so Driscoll steps off. Ball and no strikes. Make it 2 balls and no strikes. 4-seamer upstairs. And they're going to intentionally walk Grant Carey, so they don't decide to pitch around him. Instead, they'll just intentionally walk him completely after falling behind 2-0. Don't want to give him anything to hit, and you can certainly respect the decision. Carey getting a lot of respect from the St. Martin's coaching staff. Kelly Gow deciding to put him aboard and set up the double play for the Saints with Rumble Reyes striding in. 0 for 2, a ground out and a pop out. Did walk, steal a base, and score back in the 4th inning. Slider outside corner just barely for a strike. Bryce at second, Carey at first. Driscoll with the pick off. That was pretty close from getting away from Oshiro. Would have been disaster for the Saints if it had. Driscoll, third pitcher being used by the Saints. Second out of the bullpen. Reyes swings through the elevated fastball. 0-2. The scattered Saints fans in attendance give applause. Crowd that is mostly Nighthawk heavy, but there are certainly a few donning St. Martin's gear. 0-2. Reyes fights it off. Another game coming your way after the conclusion of this. It'll be a 7-inning contest in game 2 of our doubleheader. Pitch to Reyes. Swings through the upstairs fastball, and he goes down on strikes. Driscoll picks up his second strikeout out of the bullpen. And it's up to Colton Moore to try and grab the insurance. But instead, there's going to be a pinch hitter. Cameron Bogard. He'll pinch hit in place of the left fielder Colton Moore. Moore, who was 0 for 3. Nighthawks up by a run, and Joe Schaefer wants to get the insurance in, so he elects to go with Bogard in a lefty-righty matchup rather than lefty-on-lefty, like it would have been had Moore been swinging the bat. So playing the matchups. Bogard, .333 hitter, appearing in his 5th game of the year. He's 3 for 9 on the season. Goes to right field on a line, and it stays up long enough for Little to track it down. Driscoll comes out of the bullpen, shuts down the Nighthawk rally, And we'll go to the 9th inning. Two teams separated by just one run. It's 3-2, and Holtzclaw will try to close it out and pick up his conference leading 6th save when we come back. A one-run game, and 8-9-1 up for St. Martin's. Those are the three due up against Holtzclaw. Came out of the bullpen, struck out back-to-back batters in Williams and Little, and they got Chavis to ground out, nearly hits Dulatre with his first pitch of the inning. Holtzclaw going for his 6th save this season. This is his 10th appearance out of the bullpen. He's got 2 victories on the year as well, so has played a decisive factor in a lot of games. A ball poked to left falls in front of the defensive replacement, Nathan Casara. Dulatre having a stellar game. He's 3 for 4. He drove in the only 2 runs for St. Martin's thus far, and he stands on first base as the tying run for the Saints. Bottom of the lineup has been the ones that have been producing in this game. Oshiro, 0 for 2, but did take a walk in the 4th inning. Behind 0-1. Below the knees, a ball and a strike. Holtzclaw, big curveball. Oshiro over the top of it. Both teams with 7 hits in the ball game. Holtzclaw looking for his 3rd strikeout. Gets a foul ball pop up instead. Powako will chase it as far as he can, but it clears the netting and goes into the bleachers on the 3rd base side. The Hawks by a run in game 1. Up high and outside for ball 2. Tying run already on the base paths in the form of Dulatre. Curveball bounces. Ayers can't find it. Dulatre gets to scoring position. Saints dugout loves it. Wild pitch bounced on airs. Holtzclaw had to work his entire outing last inning with a runner on second. So he's already faced that kind of pressure. Although this time, he's the one who put Dulattre aboard. Oshiro swings through a slider. He goes down on strikes. Holtzclaw now needs 2 more outs to secure his 6-out save. First at bat for Hunter Kosmider. Came in as the defensive replacements for Nakagawa, who was hit by a pitch in the 7th inning. Kosmider is 1 for 7 in the series. His only hit came in the 3rd inning of Game 1. The ball's in a strike. Holtzclaw in the zone with the curve. Nothing into the count. Kosmider's got to battle and just put anything in play for the Saints. Checks at the plate, an appeal out behind second base. No swing. One of the toughest angles when you have a 3-man crew on a check swing is that look out behind the mound. So hard to overrule the home plate umpire from out there. Ball and 2 strikes. Kosmider to short. Trying to go is Dulattre, and he's tagged out. A huge blunder on the base pass as the tying run is thrown out at third. The Saints replace him by getting Kosmider at first on the fielder's choice. It's a 6-5 putout for the 2nd out of the inning. And Dulattre thrown out means that there is just 1 out left for the Saints to play with. And it's Dakota Hill, the senior from Yelm, Washington. He'll pinch hit, taking the place of Cody Issa in the lineup. What St. Martin's wants more than anything right now is for Hill to get aboard to allow Renault an opportunity to swing it. There's strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Top of the 9th inning in a 1-run contest. Holtzclaw, 12-6, right there on the inside. Northwest Nazarene 1 strike away from improving to 5-2 in GNAC conference play. Setting up an opportunity to win the series later today. Holtzclaw keeping that tension by throwing over to first. Makes Hill have to stand in the box and wait. The 1-2. Foul ball. First appearance in the series for Hill. This season he's got 4 hits and 28 at-bats. 1-2, up the middle softly. Price picks it up. His throw is true. And on the play, Price goes down non-contact behind second base. The game is over. The Nighthawks win. But they're going to have to take a look at Parker Price. We've got game 2 of our doubleheader coming up. And hopefully Parker Price will be okay. Something you never want to see. But Northwest Nazarene wins it by a final score of 3-2 in game number 1 of our doubleheader.
Final score, your Nighthawks 3, the Saints 2.
NNU improves to 13-10 on the season, 5-2 in the GNAC, while St. Martin's falls to 6-14, 1-2 in conference play. And Max Holzclaw picks up his 6th save of the season as he continues to lead the GNAC in saves. He's now 4 clear of the next closest member of the conference in terms of saves this season. It's a 3-2 final. We'll be back in 30 minutes with game 2 of our doubleheader. Keep it right here on YouTube. A 7-inning contest coming your way as our final score in game number 1. The Nighthawks 3, the Saints 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for game number 2 of our doubleheader. NNU takes game number 1 by a final score of 3-2. Grant Carey playing hero for the Nighthawks in that contest. His 2-run home run in the 6th inning put the Nighthawks up by a run, and they end up walking away with the victory. Max Holzclaw got his 6th save of the season. In that contest, it was a 6-out save as he slammed the door, and the Northwest Nazarenes out on the field. Let's take a look at how they line up here in today's ball game, game number 2 of our doubleheader. Going around defensively, it's Cameron Duke in left field with Tyler Best in center. Right field will be Colton Moore as he moves from left to right, and then some changes in the infield. Parker Price not playing in the contest, and some things changing in the outfield with Colton Moore going to right field. That is because of who is on top of the mound. Grant Carey plays first base. Second baseman will be Walker Moore as he plays in front of his brother. Kyle Payne moves to shortstop with no Price. And Pauakoa plays at third. Standing in, Hunter Kosmiter, and he takes a fastball on the outside corner for a strike. Rumble Reyes behind the plate for game number 2. And atop the mound for the home side, Hayden Keller, who is pitching and batting third for the Nighthawks. No DH for Northwest Nazarene, and 2 quick strikes into the third baseman, Kosmiter. Kosmiter, who reached on a fielder's choice in his pinch hit opportunity in game 1 earlier. This is a 7-inning ball game. Keller out of the stretch, and he misses down low. Kosmiter batting leadoff with Rhino Shiro moving up in the lineup. He's on deck, batting second, playing shortstop still for the Saints. Aaron Renault bats third, still staying at first base with Mark Stewart remaining in that cleanup spot as the designated hitter. Reed Little bats fifth, plays right field, with Bryant Nakagawa behind the plate doing the catching and batting sixth. Cody Chavis bats seventh while patrolling center field with Jonathan Shimabukuro in left field, and Braden McNally rounds out the lineup for the visiting Saints. He bats ninth and plays second base in our series finale. Slider inside corner, called strike 3. Keller drops it right in on the front door of Kosmiter, who goes down looking for out number 1 to begin the ball game. Rhino Shiro coming to the plate. He takes a fastball for a strike. Keller this year, 2-2. 5 previous starts, a 4.09 ERA. In his 22 innings of action on the mound, he's given up 16 runs with 10 of them earned, allowing 21 hits, walking 15, and striking out 24. Opponents batting just .253 against the senior from Minden, Nevada. 2 balls and a strike. The count to Oshiro. Foul bouncer back towards the netting, and the count evens up at 2-2. Sun is coming down in the sky, and it's getting a bit windy in Nampa. Wind blowing out towards right field. Keller tried the backdoor. Oshiro with the slider. Pushes the count full. Three balls and 2 strikes to the shortstop. Inside ball 4. Four-seamer narrowly misses. And Oshiro becomes the first base runner of game number 2. One on, one gone for Aaron Renault, the first baseman. Renault 0 for 3 in game 1. Ended up being hit by a pitch and got caught stealing in his only appearance on the base paths. NNU looking to take 3 out of 4 like they did a weekend ago in Ellensburg. This is the conference opening series for the Saints. At the moment sit 1 and 2. Would like to split with the league leading Nighthawks. NNU came into the day tied with Western Oregon. Renault takes off the inner edge. 3 balls and no strikes to the best power hitter in the St. Martin's lineup. Redshirt junior Renault takes away. Ball 4, back-to-back walks. Oshiro up to second. Renault on the base paths. And the right-handed hitting Mark Stewart coming in. After striking out Kosmiter, Keller has walked the next 2 he's faced. Tries to get his slider over at the top, but it stays high. Ball 1. Stewart 1 for 4 in game 1. Single in the first, strikeout, a ground out, and reached on an error. Goes the other way with the fastball. It's past Walker Moore into right. They're going to send Oshiro from second, and Colton Moore can't find the baseball. So there will be a run scored without a throw as Oshiro crosses the plate. Stewart gets the RBI single. And just like that, St. Martin's jumps out to the early lead. It's 1-0 on their first hit of the game. Reed Little staring down an early RBI opportunity. Right fielder getting his first crack at things in the first inning. 2 men on, 1 away for him as he checks his swing. No appeal, so ball 1. Little 2 for 4 in game 1. 3 for 9 in the series to go along with a couple of walks. Takes off the plate. Second ball of the at-bat. Little scored in the second inning of game 1, one of the 2 runs that managed to cross the plate for St. Martin's in the 3-2 loss. Both of them came on the same swing when Chasen Dulatre scored both Little and Chavis. Ball back up the middle, picked up by Payne. He steps on the bag for 1, throws to Carey. A double play that gets the Nighthawks out of the inning. Northwest Nazarene will come to bat when we come back. They trail it 1-0 already. Mark Stewart, the RBI single to put the visiting Saints ahead. We'll be back in just a moment. You're watching Nighthawks baseball.
One of these people is taking their first steps into higher education. One of these people is about to be the first in their family to earn a bachelor's degree. One of these people is finishing their master's degree and working full-time. One of these people is about to be called doctor. Which one is which? It doesn't matter. What matters is that they're all here for good.
It's me, your Idaho Central Credit Union app. Rough morning? Is that a mobile deposit? I got this. Beat it, Charlie. We're making money moves here. Cha-ching. And done.
Charlie, come on, outside.
Sorry about the mess. I'd help if I had hands. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Bottom of the first inning. Nighthawks coming to bat, trailing by a run. They've found themselves playing from behind in the majority of the contest recently. And out on the mound, Troy McCormick delivers his first pitch to the center fielder, Tyler Best. It misses off the inside. We're underway in the home half of the first. McCormick this season, making his third start. He's got a 9.42 ERA. He's thrown 14 1/3 innings over his 4 total appearances, 2 in relief, 2 starts coming into today. 20 hits, 19 runs allowed, 15 earned, with 12 walks to go along with 8 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting .317 against him this season. That'll be something that he tries to work on in this contest. Northwest Nazarene just the 3 runs on 7 hits in game number 1 today. Best the other way on the ground, picked up by McCauley at second base, and he throws out the speedy center fielder.
Your shortstop, number 48, Kyle Payne.
Kyle Payne batting second, moves up in the order from 9th. That's where he was hitting in the earlier contest. He takes over not only Parker Price's spot in the lineup, but also his place out in the field. He's playing shortstop. And a big shift on against him as he taps it slowly to third. Kosmiter throws him out. Back-to-back ground ball outs for McCormick. Hayden Keller will try to help himself out after giving up a run in the top of the first. He will swing the bat. No DH in the lineup for NNU with Keller on the bump. Another infield shift set up by St. Martin's. You can see the shortstop, Oshiro, playing just behind second base. A couple of steps off to the left from the home plate view. 2 balls, no strikes to Keller. 2 for 4 with a run scored in game number 1 out of the 3-hole. He's ahead in the count here. Goes right back up the middle past McCormick for a base hit. 3rd hit today for Keller.
Here comes your first baseman, number 35, Grant.
Keeps the inning alive for Grant Carey. Keller had a single in the first inning in game 1 today, picking up right where he left off. Carey, who had the game-winning home run, steps in. 2 home runs in the series. Got intentionally walked in the 9th. He swings and misses. Carey 1 for 3 in the first game of the day. Keller at first, 2 gone. Carey manages to hold back on the swing. Carry to center field on a line, giving chase, and getting there is Chavis. Runs it down with an outstretched arm for the 3rd out of the inning. Carey makes solid contact, but he's put out to end the frame. We go to the 2nd of our 7-inning game number 2. The Saints won, the Nighthawks nothing. Right, Nakagawa steps into the left-handed batter's box. He's leading off the top of the second. Saints up by a run. Thanks to the RBI single for Mark Stewart in the top of the first. Hayden Keller ready to go back to work on the mound, and his two-seam fastball misses the outside corner. Nakagawa getting his first start in this series. We've seen him a couple times as a pinch hitter, including in game one today where he was hit by a pitch. Tries to flare this one the other way. Chasing after it, and it's a fair ball off the wall. Just kept carrying and carrying. Nakagawa stops at second with a double. And the way Cameron Duke played it made it look like it was going way foul. It took a strange hop, too. It ends up as 2 bases for Nakagawa. And he's in scoring position to lead off the inning. I think the wind might have brought that one back a little bit, too, because initially Duke looked like he was just going to let it go out of play, and then all of a sudden it landed fair, and he was startled by it. Cody Chavis bats, runner in scoring position. Another RBI opportunity for the Saints. Chavis patrolling center in this contest. Late on the fastball, too tardy on the outside pitch. 1 for 3 with a hit by pitch in game one. 3 for 10 in the series, batting .300 here in the trip to Idaho. 1-1. Much too late as he offers up after that one had gone past him. Ball and 2 strikes to the center fielder. Takes a slider, called strike 3, bottom of the zone as Keller catches it for the call. Second strikeout for the man on the mound. First out of the inning. Jonathan Shimabukuro comes up. Aeha, Hawaii native. Played at Edmonds Community College. Did the sophomore. Called strike against Shimabukuro on the outside. He started game number 2 yesterday out in left field. Same position he's playing today. He batted second in that contest. He's batting 8th in this one. High slider taken for a ball. In the game yesterday, 1 for 3. A single and 2 strikeouts, both of them swinging. 1 for 3 in the series. Wind picking up out to right. Ground ball back to the mound. Keller wisely looks back the runner at second before calmly tossing. The 1-3 recorded as the second out of the inning. Two outs. Nakagawa at second, and Braden McNally getting his first opportunity. The last man in the lineup today. On the ground the other way, Carey gets there. Keller covering. The underhanded toss is in plenty of time. And you can write it backwards from the last one. It goes from a 1-3 for out number 2 to a 3-1 for out number 3. Saints strand a runner at second. We move to the home half of the second inning. It's the Saints 1, Nighthawks nothing. 7-inning ball game at NNU. We're at Elmoreville Field. Home side coming to the plate. Rumble Reyes leading things off for them in the last of the second. Nighthawks trailing by a run thanks to the Mark Stewart RBI single in the top half of the first. NNU looking to take the series 3-1 after winning game 1 and game 3. Reyes in the air, left field. Not very deep, as initially Shimabukuro backed up on it, but then was able to come in and make the catch. Troy McCormick out on the mound has retired the leadoff man in both the first and the second. Always a recipe for success. Reyes flies out. Colton Moore comes to bat. 0 for 3 before he was pinch hit for in the first game. 2 strikeouts and a ground out for Moore. Takes a strike on the outside corner. Joe Schaefer was playing the matchups. Moore in the air, center field, pretty shallow, and it falls in front of Chavis. Colton Moore's got himself his first base hit of the series. He's been on base plenty of times with the 6 walks. And now finally has a base hit to raise that average. Duke Pawakoa having a monster series. Went 2 for 3 in game 1. 8 for 10 on the weekend. Trying to keep things going. Takes a slider low for ball 1. And one of the things about Pawakoa this weekend has been his ability to get ahead in the count. He's been laying off a lot of tough pitches, forcing pitchers to throw fastballs to him, and he has punished those. He's behind this upstairs fastball. High heat. Confusing him a little bit, so it's a ball and a strike. Tying run at first in the form of Colton Moore. Pawakoa taking down and in. 2 balls and a strike. Former UNLV running rebel. On the ground, third base. Just foul as it breezes past the wrong side of the bag. Originally from Hawaii. Hometown is Maui, but went to high school in Vegas at Durango High School. Off for second base is Moore. Ball gets away. Out into center field is Moore on the head first dive. Just knocked McCauley straight onto his backside. Tying run in scoring position. Attentive base running from Moore on the pitch that bounced. Count full to Pawakoa. Visit onto the mound upcoming as Nakagawa heads out there. Just a quick chat with Troy McCormick. McCormick, a sophomore from Allen, Washington. Went to North Mason High School, 3rd season with the Saints. Misses the zone, ball 4. Pawakoa is aboard again. Runners at first and second for Walker Moore.
Number 2, Walker Moore.
Walker Moore, the second baseman, first time that he's played the field in the series, comes in the last game. Was a designated hitter in games 1 and games 2. First pitch inside off the plate for a ball. Walker trying to drive in his brother Colton out at second. Tie the game for Northwest Nazarene. Both teams with 2 hits thus far as we play the bottom of the second. Walker goes up in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. You can hear the wind beginning to pick up. Netting blowing steadily out towards right, along with the wind, breezing the jerseys and the pants. Fastball outside edge for a called strike. Walker Moore was 0 for 2 in the last game. Ground ball to first. Renault goes to second for 1. Eliminates Pawakoa. And that is the second out. Oshiro was looking for third, just in case Colton Moore got a bit too frisky at third base. Moore reaches on the fielder's choice, and the Moore brothers stand at the corners. Pawakoa out for the second out of the inning. Cameron Duke, the left fielder, his first at-bat in the series. Fouled off the bat of Duke. Duke, a senior from Moses Lake, Washington. Fouls off second pitch in a row. This is the first start of the season for Duke, just his third at-bat of the year. He's 0 for 2. Both of his previous trips to the plate have ended in strikeouts. Nothing in 2. A pitch that hit him on the front leg, and he'll go down to first base to load him up for the top of the order in Tyler Best. Troy McCormick losing control on the 0-2 count. Tried to get a chase on the slider. Instead ends up pelting the left fielder.
The order for your Nighthawks. Center fielder number 12, Tyler Best.
Colton Moore at third. Walker Moore at second. Cameron Duke at first for Tyler Best, who grounded out to second base in his first trip. Chopper into the hands of Payne in the on-deck circle for strike 1. Nighthawks looking for a 2-out base hit to take the lead. Best to check swing and a foul ball. That one ran further inside than he would have liked. Nothing in 2 count. McCormick trying to keep the Nighthawks off the board, and a great diving stop behind the plate from Nakagawa. Make sure that that remains the case. That slider was veering off towards the backstop, and he went into a full lunge, diving past the left-handed batter's box to make sure it didn't get there. The 1-2. On the ground to short. Oshiro has his pick, and he throws it to second. McCauley covering. That ends the inning. Best hits into the fielder's choice, and the Nighthawks lead them loaded. Northwest Nazarene doesn't manage to bring anyone home. They trail it 1-0 against the Saints.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Top of the third inning at Vale Field. Saints leading the game 1-0, and they have the top of the order coming up against Hayden Keller. Kosmiter, who went down looking on a front door slider, gets his second crack at things. Kosmiter 0 for 1, trying to get a board. Checks his swing on a called strike. Pitch was in there at the knees anyways. Count even at 1-1. Both teams with 2 hits. Steward's RBI single that scored Oshiro is the difference in the contest. That's a swinging strike on a slider. It's 1-2. Keller to the plate. Curveball hit to short. Payne gobbles it up. His throw is low. Carey is there, though, with the glove overturned. 6-3 ground out to begin the visiting half of the third. Sets up a bases empty opportunity for Ryan Oshiro. 1 gone in the inning as Keller delivers. Oshiro walked and was the man who came around to score, giving St. Martin's the lead in this game. That slider finds the kneecaps. Northwest Nazarene needs to pick up a victory here if they want to keep pace with Western Oregon. Wolves swept the doubleheader against Central Washington. And Shiro, an impeccable eye, takes that pitch just barely off the inner half. This one he takes inside as well. Sounded like it might have got him, but it did not. Count goes to 2-2. Keller's ready as Reyes sets the low target. Oshiro goes down and gets it. Gives it a pretty good ride out towards right field. It gets down in front of Colton Moore. The throw will take Payne off the bag. And Oshiro has his first hit of the game. It's a 1-out double to right field. He is back in scoring position. That'll give Aaron Renault an opportunity to pick up his 11th RBI on the season if he can come through with a hit. Renault trying to double the lead for St. Martin's if he can find some outfield grass. Keller to the plate, and Renault watches it high. Sun's starting to set. We approach 5 o'clock Mountain Time in Nampa. Don't forget, of course, daylight savings time goes into effect tonight, tomorrow morning, however you view it. It's time to spring forward. It'll mean the sun stays up a lot higher here in Idaho. Keller down and in. Reyes wanted to try and throw it down a second, it looked like, but he never got the handle. Renault, who got walked in the first, sits on the precipice of walking for a second time. And he does. Ball 4. 4 pitches. And Renault draws his second walk of the game. Oshiro at second, Renault at first, and Stewart, who got the RBI single in the first inning to put the Saints up, has an opportunity to double their lead. NNU 13-10, 5-2 in the GNAC. SMU 6-14, 1-2 in conference play. This is their opening GNAC series. After having last week off, runner takes off from second. It's a slider. The throw is good, and Pawakoa puts the tag down right on top of Oshiro. He is called out at third, and Renault didn't run at first. Oshiro gone, caught stealing by Rumble Reyes, and now 2 outs. Renault didn't get into scoring position either. So a mistake on the base pass by the Saints, and a fly ball to center field will end the inning. Best makes the catch, losing his hat in the process because of the wind, and the Saints run themselves out of the inning. Stewart flies out. We go to the last of the third. Still a 1-0 score line. St. Martin's on top of Northwest Nazarene.
Idaho Pizza keeps it local by supporting local farmers, and that makes our food that much more fresh. For our monthly specials, menus, and a list of locations, visit IdahoPizzaCompany.com.
I don't like what he must have. There's no way the coach called that. You're already, and then Renault, because Renault didn't run. I was like, bottom of the third inning. Welcome back. Kyle Payne will lead things off. Leonard Berry with you. Appreciate you joining us wherever you may be on your Saturday afternoon for this lovely doubleheader.
For your Nighthawks, shortstop number 48, Kyle
Payne 0 for 1 in the contest, and McCormick goes to work. Notice a lot more shifting in this contest than in any of the 3 other games. Even against the right-handed hitting Payne, 3 players playing to the left side of second base. Talked earlier about the shift at the major league level and possibility of it being banned. statistics last year during the 2021 season at that level, 62% of left-handed bats were shifted against. It disproportionately affects left-handed hitters. You don't see it nearly as often against a righty just because of how much territory you have to give up with the fact that the first baseman can't play as far off the line since he has to be able to get back to the bag. That's what makes it so much more effective against left-handed hitters. You can throw the third baseman at shortstop, and it's not going to affect your ability to be able to throw somebody out like it would if the first baseman was playing at second. So it's 3 balls and a strike to Payne. He hacks at that high 3-1 fastball. Three balls, 2 strikes. Payoff pitch coming up to Payne. He's 0 for 1 on the day, trying to get a board. And he does, courtesy of the walk. Leadoff man aboard for the first time in the contest. Hayden Keller 1 for 1, singled back in the first. Got an opportunity to try to do something here. He grounds it to second base, knocked down by McCauley, and Keller beats out the throw. Well, it looked like it could have been a double play ball. Turns into no outs as McCauley had to knock it down with the sliding stop. And then by the time he recovered, wasn't able to throw out the speed demon that is Hayden Keller. Second hit of the game for Keller. Runners at first and second for Grant Carey, who smashed the ball to center field for the third out in the first inning. It was tracked down by Chavis. Carey on the ground to short. This could turn into 2. Oshiro goes to McCauley, who fakes the throw, trying to catch Kyle Payne, maybe unawares at third base with too big a turn. Fielder's choice for Carey. Romo Reyes with 1 away and runners on the corners. Once again, the shortstop Oshiro playing right up the middle behind the pitcher. Reyes bounces it foul on his pull side up the first base line. Former San Diego Mesa product. In his first season with NNU. Getting a lot of playing time in this series. Catching in game 2 after he was the DH in game 1 on this Saturday. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Changeup tails away at the end for McCormick. For a Saints team that came into the series with a 7.89 ERA, their pitchers have been outstanding since game 1. Gave up the 16 runs and have since limited Northwest Nazarene to just 3 runs. A complete game shutout from Justice Yamashita in game 2. And even in the 3-2 loss, just couldn't get the bats going after they scored the 2 runs. Scored 2 runs in the second, haven't scored. Both pitching staffs have really clamped down. Two. Swing and a miss on the change. And Reyes had to be careful there. Reyes slammed the bat in anger. He almost got a piece of Nakagawa, who was trying to tag him out. Luckily, no harm, no foul. And Colton Moore with 2 outs tries to tie the game for Northwest Nazarene as McCormick tries to hold the lead. Show of bunt, but the right fielder pulls it back. It's the first strikeout for McCormick by sitting down Reyes swinging. Foul ball off the netting for Moore. Count even at 1. Hits even at 3 aside. Hayden Keller has collected 2 of them, the pitcher for Northwest Nazarene. Got 2/3 of their hits. Moore pulls it foul on a bounce, and he falls behind in the count. .62 seniors got to protect the plate as McCormick looks to get out of the inning with no runs allowed. He wanted the outside corner, and here's a delay steal from Grant Carey. No throw, so it'll go down as indifference as Carey takes the bag. Two runners in scoring position with a 2-2 count and 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd. McCormick to the plate, and another ball hit foul by Moore. Good battle from the Salt Lake Community College product as he continues to fight in the box against McCormick. 2-2 in the air, center field. Chavez back, but underneath it as he's got room in front of the fence for the squeeze, and that'll do it for the 3rd. Nighthawks can't come through with a runner in scoring position as Moore flies out. That'll send us to the top of the 4th in this 7th-inning ball game. SMU 1, Northwest Nazarene nothing. We'll be back. You're watching Nighthawk Baseball on YouTube.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Time to start the 4th inning of our 7-inning contest. 5-6-7 coming up for St. Martin's in the inning against Hayden Keller. Bouncer foul off the foot of Little in the box. Keller was very ready to get the 1 pitch out. Little grounded into a double play. Hit the ball back up the middle. Payne was able to gobble it up, step on the bag at second to get out Stewart, and then throw out Little as part of an inning ender in the 1st. Little late and underneath it. It's sending Moore back, but he's able to nonchalantly reach up with one hand on a turn, and Little becomes 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Nobody on, 1 away for the catcher, Bryant Nakagawa. Nakagawa had a double down the left field line, a ball that looked foul, and then ended up in fair territory. It completely caught Cameron Duke off guard. 2021 GNAC second team all-conference selection was Nakagawa last year. Played in 23 games, got 12 starts. Only hit .212 last year, but behind the plate had a 1,000 fielding percentage with 65 putouts and 12 assists. Also threw out 8 of the 13 runners that tried to steal on him. Senior's getting his first start in the series in the finale. Keller thought he just K'd him up on the outside. A couple of seniors going at each other in Keller and Nakagawa. Another foul off a check swing. Wind staying strong, blown out to right. Keller in the dirt. Couldn't get Nakagawa to chase it. Runs the count full, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Nakagawa trying to get aboard for the second time in the game. Payoff pitch behind him for ball 4. Nakagawa manages to work the walk. And he's on with 1 out for the center fielder. Cody Chavis comes up. Chavis 0 for 1, a swinging strikeout against Keller. Three for 11 in the series. 3 runs scored for him. Takes an off speed right down the heart of the plate for strike 1. Chavis batting .225 on the year. Checks his swing, appeal to first. No, says the first base umpire. After Rumble Reyes asked for the appeal. No home runs, just 4 RBIs for Chavis on the season. Batting 7th in the lineup in game 2. Pop-up foul, first base side. Back onto the street. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nakagawa gets his lead at first as Chavis steps back in. Saints by a run. Mark Stewart putting them on top in the first inning. Singling to score Ryan Oshiro. Pickoff attempt. Sees Nakagawa back in with a dive. Comes the 1-2. Curveball breaks away into the left-handed batter's box. Reyes having to work behind the plate, make sure that Nakagawa doesn't get into scoring position. Another off speed. Misses again. Full count to Chavis. 55 pitches for Keller. He's made it through 3 1/3 so far. Another throw over. This one closer than the last, but Nakagawa still safe. Full count pitch comes. Chavis up the middle. Diving stop by Payne. He flips to second for 1. Throw to carry is late. But a great stop and a great play by Payne up the middle to keep it from going into the outfield, and he gets the lead runner in Nakagawa on the flip. Chavis reaches on the fielder's choice, and you can hang a star next to that one in your books. Payne, the usual second baseman for NNU, showing off his work at short. Left fielder Shimabukuro in the box. He hit one back to Keller on the mound in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. 2 outs. Chavis at first. Called strike, and Shimabukuro didn't like it. Showed a little emotion on his face after the call. It's a ball and a strike to the 8th hitter in the St. Martin's lineup. Curveball swung over the top of Keller, trying to get the Nighthawks back into the dugout, trailing by just a run. Needs just one more strike to do so. Right-hander, make it a left-hander actually. Double-barreled action in the NNU bullpen. This ball's in the dirt. Reyes, throw not in time. And Chavis moves up. So NNU warming up another pitcher. Possibly could be the end for Keller once he gets out of this inning. Nighthawks would need just 3 innings from another pitcher if he does make it through the 4th. 5, 6, and 7 would be all they had left. Another full count. Payoff. Curveball fouled. Jonathan Shimabukuro making Keller work. He's got Chavis in scoring position. Another ball bounced back to the pitcher, and for the second time in the ball game, Shimabukuro grounds out to the mound. Keller throws him out. That'll do it for the top of the 4th. No runs on no hits and a runner left on for SMU. Nighthawks will come up in the last of the 4th. They still trail it by a run. It's 1-0 at Vail Field. No, it's still 30, right? Duke Pawakoa stepping into the box. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Northwest Nazarene behind in our series finale. St. Martin's grabbing the lead in the top of the 1st. And the Bats haven't been able to respond for the Nighthawks. Duke Pawakoa Trying to see if he can. He got walked in his first at-bat. Question becomes, at what point do you start just completely pitching around Pawakoa? As he drills it in the air to left. If it's fair, it's gone, but it's very foul. 8 hits, 4 of them doubles. Only problem for Pawakoa is that he's done all of his damage with no runners on the base paths. 1-1 away. Only has 2 RBIs in the series. He picked up 1 in the 4th inning, which ended up being a big one, as the Nighthawks won the game 3-2. But with 8 hits, just a couple of runs, he's going to have hit number 9. This one's to left, and it is off the wall, a fair ball. Pawakoa rounding for second, and with the feet first slide, he has his 5th double of the series. Take a good look at your GNAC Offensive Player of the Week in Duke Pawakoa. It's almost inevitable at this point. 9 for 11 with 2 runs scored, 2 RBIs, and 5 doubles. He has been a human highlight reel in this series, and he continues it. He's batting .818 against St. Martin's this weekend. He's in scoring position as the tying run for Walker Moore. First pitch as Moore squares to bunt. Good job to pull the bat back. So it's a ball and no strikes. Pawakoa nearly had a home run, too. It was just off the wall on that last shot. Moore puts it out again, pulls it back, ball 2. Sophomore trying to get Pawakoa to third and have the tying run 90 feet away with 1 out. You open up a lot of possibilities. Base hit, ground out, sacrifice fly, wild pitch, pass ball, a balk. Countless ways to bring a runner in from third with less than 2 outs. And right now, Troy McCormick just nibbling around the zone, not allowing Walker Moore to put that bunt down. So it's 3 balls and no strikes. And we'll see if Moore squares here. Being so far ahead in the count, no, he does not. Just takes all the way to 3-1. Changes the dynamic of the at-bat, being this far ahead in the count. He still does square. He pulls it back and takes the strike. And now he's going to have to swing the bat with the count full. He doesn't necessarily have to swing the bat, but you'd rather have him swing away than risk fouling out on a bunt attempt with 2 strikes. Even a ball in play to the right side would accomplish the same as a bunt, and that's even better. A base hit into the outfield will tie the game. Here comes Pawakoa. Throw cut off by Renault. It's 1-1. So forget the bunt. Moore doesn't need to give himself up. He gets the base hit instead and collects the RBI. We're tied at 1. 2 batters into the bottom of the 4th. And out to the mound comes St. Martin's head coach. Kelly Gow is going to make a pitching change. A left-hander will take over. We'll give you the rundown when we return. Nighthawks have tied it in the last of the 4th. You're watching Northwest Nazarene Baseball on YouTube. familiar arm coming in against Northwest Nazarene out of the bullpen. It's Ryan Driscoll, who pitched the 8th inning of Game 1 in the Saints' loss. Through 1 inning, gave up no hits, no runs, doled out an intentional base on balls to Grant Carey after falling behind 2-0 in the count, and then struck out 2. He takes the hill in relief of McCormick. McCormick, who did not record an out here in the 4th inning, so he goes 3 innings, and laying down the bunt, Cameron Duke. Nakagawa barely gets the bare hand after he had to reach out a couple of different times for it, but he manages to throw out Duke by half a step, maybe even less than that. Duke puts the go-ahead run into scoring position. Walker Moore is at second. Cameron Duke still hasn't recorded an at-bat in this game. He was hit by a pitch, and now he lays down the sacrifice bunt, so he's 0 for 0 with a couple of productive at-bats out of the 9 spot. And Tyler Best will try and turn things around, 0 for 2, facing off against Driscoll. 5 hits for NNU, just 3 for the Saints. Go-ahead run stands out in second in the form of the sophomore Walker Moore. Swing and a miss on the slider. Ryan Driscoll, who lowered his ERA down to .068 by throwing a scoreless frame in Game 1, trying to keep that ERA below 1. Although Walker Moore would not be charged to him if he came in and scored. Fastball over the helmet for ball number 1 of the at-bat. Driscoll, 6'3" lefty, weighs 210 pounds. Senior, who started his collegiate career at Southwestern Oregon Community College. Throws the changeup down and in. Going with the opposite arm side. Count evens at 2-2. Two, swing and a miss. Best goes off the outside to reach for it.
Shortstop number 48, Kyle Payne.
Best down on strikes. He's 0 for 3 today. And it's up to Kyle Payne. Try and make something happen for the Nighthawks in order to take the lead. He bats with 2 away, and Moore standing at second. Payne 0 for 1, a walk and a ground out. Payne just 2 hits in this series. He's 2 for 12. Sends it sky high. It's right in front of the mound. Everybody's calling for it. Renault misses it, and it's a fair ball. Nobody's covering third either. The Saints are arguing that this is a foul ball, and it is because Renault picked it up in foul territory. St. Martin's bailed out by the fact that nobody touched it, and it's going to reset everything after you had 5 different players all calling for it. No one caught it, and then it took a huge hop with all the side spin it had. Foul, which is where Renault grabbed it. And because it never crossed the first or third base bags out into the outfield, and it was picked up in foul territory. It's a foul ball. This one rings the mask of the home plate umpire. A huge mix-up on the signs between Driscoll and Nakagawa. Nakagawa thought an off-speed was coming. It was a high and in fastball, and it went right past the catcher, who's now going to have to apologize to the home plate umpire. NNU trainer will even come out of the dugout just to make sure that everything's all right. Moore takes advantage of the wild pitch to go to third. Umpire is all right, thankfully. What's a scary situation? Situation for the Boise Hawks last year when they were in Grand Junction. Umpire got hit in the face with a fastball, and we had a 25-minute delay to get a new umpire. This pitch misses off the corner outside. 2 balls and a strike. They get 3 balls and a strike, rather, as Payne moves further ahead in the count. Go ahead, run at third. Driscoll to the plate, and Payne singles him home. He pulls it through between short and third. Third hit of the series, and the second run of the inning as the Nighthawks jump in front, 2-1. And for St. Martin's, it all goes back to the infield pop-up that no one could bring in. It would have been the third out of the inning. Instead, Payne singles home the run, and the Saints find themselves down by 1 with Hayden Keller in the box. Pitcher checks his swing. It's a called strike on the outer half. Third RBI of the series for Payne, who on 2 separate occasions has put Northwest Nazarene in the lead in this 4-game set. Keller chases after one around his eyeballs for strike 2. We're in the bottom of the 4th of a 7-inning contest. Driscoll ready, and he gets a swing and a miss. Since there are 2 outs, Keller does have the opportunity to run down to first, but he's not going to make it there in time. He strikes out swinging on the slider, but the Nighthawks move ahead. Kyle Payne singles home Walker Moore, and NNU heads to the top of the 5th with the 1-run advantage. It's Northwest Nazarene 2, St. Martin's 1 after 4. New pitcher, left-hander Blake McFadden takes over on the mound for Northwest Nazarene. He comes in to relieve the starter Keller, and McFadden misses low. Keller, 4 innings, 3 hits, just a 1 earned run allowed while walking 4 and striking out 2. First man tasked going against McFadden is the second baseman, Braden McNally. And he fouls off the second pitch of the at-bat, up into the air and away. McFadden, a redshirt senior from Meridian, Idaho. Treasure Valley Community College product. Steady line of NWAC contributors for Northwest Nazarene. McFadden among them, 6'3", lefty, weighs in at 210 pounds. It's a ball and 2 strikes to McNally, who grounded out to first base in his only plate appearance in this ball game so far in the second. Right back off the shin of McFadden on the mound. A perfect ricochet to Pauakoa, and he throws out McNally at first. The saying is, I'd rather be lucky than good. Well, that was pretty lucky for Duke Pauakoa. He's in the right place at the right time, but he also had to make a good, strong throw, and he did that too. McFadden going to get examined. Ball was stung off the bat right back to the mound. It's a quick check. McFadden seemed fine after it hit him initially, and looks like he just confirms that to everyone, including head coach Joe Schaefer. So it's a 1-5-3 put out if you're keeping score at home, and it's the first out in the top of the 5th inning. Back to the top, Hunter Kosmiter, the third baseman, strides in, takes outside for ball 1. Four-seam fastball from McFadden, just missing. Kosmiter will be happy to see Keller out of the game. He was 0 for 2 against him, including a strikeout looking and a ground out to short. Two-seam action for a called strike. Broke right back over the middle of the plate from the inside third. McFadden leaves this one up, and Kosmiter grabs his first base hit because of it. Got the fastball on the location that he could handle, and Kosmiter improves to 1-3 on the day. Rhino Shiro will bat. Kosmiter leads off at first. Oshiro, 1 for 1. Doubled in the third, walked in the first, and scored. It's the only run that St. Martin's has been able to bring home so far. Four hits and a soft throw over from McFadden. 1 run on 4 hits and no errors for the visitors. 2 runs and 6 on 6 hits and no errors for the home side. Oshiro shows bunt, but he hits it backwards. See Rumble Reyes donning the shades. It's a necessity behind the plate at the moment. The sun hanging just above the light tower in right, and it continues to draw lower and lower, moving away from the center of the field at least as it goes down, but certainly causing it to be difficult to see, and Oshiro can't get the bat off his shoulder. First strikeout for McFadden, second out of the inning. Renault batting. Remember on McFadden this year, in his 8 prior appearances, he's 3-0 with a 1.65 ERA. Does have 1 save on the year. He's thrown 16 1/3 innings while allowing 13 hits and just 3 earned runs, 5 runs in total. Has struck out 23 and walked 5, so he's got 24 strikeouts on the year, thanks to the one he just picked up on Oshiro, looking. And Renault fouls the ball off, except it hit his forearm on the check swing and comes up a little bit worse for wear. Was a swinging strike. It's 0-2. McFadden looking for strikeout number 25 on the season. He snaps the throw over to first instead. Temperature beginning to come down. Still in the 60s, but just barely. Two-seam fastball fought off by Renault. Nighthawks, who took the lead in the bottom of the fourth, trying to protect it with McFadden on the mound. Another throw to first. Pawakoa thought maybe they had him. He was ready to jog off. Kosmiter continuing to hang out close to the bag. He's not even outside the cut, as Renault, with a protect swing all the way, just gets the ball into the netting. Nothing in two with 2 outs. Minuscule lead for Kosmiter over at first base. Barely 5 feet off the bag. Not even a step and a dive back from the base. It's step and half a dive, and he's already there. Does not want to get picked off by McFadden to end this inning. Fastball too high, neck height. Fastball that McFadden was hoping Renault would go after. Renault, no official at-bats today. 2 walks in this game. As McFadden drops down sidearm and misses the outside. Definitely changed his angle a little bit on the last toss. More of a low 3/4 as this gets fouled off. Most of his pitches come from that low 3/4 arm angle from the left side. Almost Chris Sale-esque, but on the pitch prior, dropped down with the majority of his body to get it up there sidearm. Count sits at 2-2 as Renault has done a great job of staying alive, trying to keep the inning going. Another throw over. They don't want Kosmiter going anywhere. 2-2 again, pieced up away, but foul. Renault just trying to get a pitch that he can do something with. Seven home runs a year ago for Renault, already 5 this year. Snap throw to first. McFadden just keeping an eye. Renault does have a home run in the series. Came in game 1. This ball is pulled foul down the right field line. Count stays at 2-2. This at-bat approaches 10 pitches. And Renault gets jammed, pops it up, shallow right, chasing after it. the second baseman, Moore, and he doesn't get there. It's a base hit for Renault. Walker Moore was flying. And Colton Moore never called him off. Base hit. I don't think Colton could have got there. So it was up to Walker. And even on a full sprint, didn't have enough time as the bloop single drops for Renault. He's 1 for 1. Sends Kosmider to third. Now you can understand why McFadden was so content on keeping Kosmider at first. Otherwise, he would have scored to tie the game. Stewart will now try to tie things up with another 2-out hit. Mark Stewart, 1 for 2. Single and an RBI in the first, and a fly out to center to end the third. The 1-0. Stewart waves at it for strike one. One ball, one strike. Runners on the corners in a one-run game as we play the top of the fifth. Up the middle, a dive, and Walker Moore's got it. He goes the short way to Payne, who keeps his foot on the bag. And outstanding middle infield defense saves a run. Payne did it earlier. This time, it's Walker Moore who makes the play. It cuts down a run, and the Nighthawks keep their lead 2-1 as the last of the fifth is coming your way.
It's me, your Idaho Central Credit Union app. Oof, that's gonna cost ya. Don't look so worried. Applying for a visa on a Saturday? I know who'll answer our questions. Please be Abby, please be Abby. Abby! Video chat to the rescue. The closest Idaho Central Credit Union branch is in your pocket.
Leading off for your Nighthawks, first baseman, number 35, Grant Carey.
4-5-6 coming up for Northwest Nazarene. Brock Rolstad, left-hander, on the hill. Ryan Driscoll goes just a 1 inning. Keeps that ERA intact. He did give up a run, but it wasn't his. It's charged to Troy McCormick, as McCormick was the one who let Walker Moore get on the base pass. So 2 runs, both of them earned to McCormick over his 3 innings of work. Driscoll goes 1, and now Rolstad on to start the bottom of the 5th. And the count is even to Grant Carey, who has a lineout and a fielder's choice to his name in game number 2. High and away to Carey. Carey's got 5 RBIs. All of them have come on home runs. He's got a 3-run and a 2-run jack in the series in games 1 and games 3. 3 balls and a strike, and this is an opportunity for Carey to really let loose and get those arms extended if he sees a pitch that he likes. He does that. Left field, high in the air, but doesn't have enough carry to it. Is Chavis to the track, makes the grab. Carey got the pitch he wants, but he got underneath it. Fly out to center. Goes down in the book for Grant Carey as Quentin Ayers pinch hits for Rumble Reyes. right-handed hitting Ayers up against Rolstead. And a liner to right field. Little is there, and he makes the catch. One pitch, one out, takes care of the pinch hitting Ayers. Two gone, bases empty for the right fielder, Colton Moore. Moore's 1 for 2. He singled in the second, flew out to center field in the third. Lefty on lefty matchup versus Rolstead, and he tries to drag bunt. It's a deep infield, including the third baseman, Kosmider. And he's playing well behind the cut at third base and shaded with more to pull. Left side of the infield playing more to pull. He goes the other way in the air. It's a foul pop, and Kosmider has enough time and room to squeeze it. Nighthawks go down 1-2-3 in the bottom of the fifth. No runs, no hits, nobody left on. We go to the sixth inning of our 7-inning affair. It's NNU 1, NNU 2, SMU 1. Top of the sixth, hour getting late for St. Martin's. They trail NNU by a run. Reed Little is in the batter's box. 5, 6, 7 on their way in the inning to face off against Blake McFadden, the lefty on the mound for the Nighthawks. Just 6 outs left for St. Martin's in our shortened game by virtue of the doubleheaders on the weekend. 4 games in 2 days, and all of them coming in a doubleheader version. Yesterday 3 and 6, today 1 and 4. Game number 1, a 16-5 Northwest Nazarene victory, highlighted by a 6-run bottom of the 8th inning. First strike of the at-bat called on Little, who's 0 for 2. Game number 2 was a 1-0 complete game shutout for Justice Yamashita. They got St. Martin's their first GNAC conference victory this season. Game number 3, a very hard-fought battle we had earlier today. Grant Carey, the hero in that one, his 2-run home run in the last of the 6th ended up being the deciding blow as the Nighthawks beat the Saints 3-2. And the Saints trying to wrap up the series victory by taking game number 3 as McFadden issues the leadoff walk to put the tying run on the base pass in the top of the 6th. Saints would absolutely love to go back to Lacey with a series split on the road. Nighthawks need a victory to keep pace with Western Oregon. Wolves are 6 and 2 after winning both of the twin billing out in Monmouth, taking on the visiting Central Washington University Wildcats. Those two teams split yesterday like these two did today. Montana State Billings is the team who is off this weekend by virtue of the 5-team GNAC. They don't have any conference games this weekend, with the other 4 happening in Oregon and Idaho. Nakagawa pushes right through that bunt attempt. He foul tips it back into the glove. Nakagawa, who's 1 for 1, trying to give himself up. He's got a double and a walk in game 2. Pawakoa creeps way in at third, and Nakagawa cannot get the bunt down. Seen a couple of times over this weekend where getting bunts down hasn't been the easiest task given to any of the hitters. One, two, swing and a miss. Fastball up in the zone sets Nakagawa down as McFadden picks up strikeout number 2 of his relief appearance. Runner remains on first, and Cody Chavis, with 1 out and little aboard, tries to make some movement happen around the bases for his side. Chavis a strikeout and a fielder's choice. Outside edge for a called strike. As McFadden clips the corner. Chavis was the one who hit the ball in the 4th inning that saw Kyle Payne make the incredible diving stop up the middle and flipped on to get that fielder's choice out. From outside to inside, McFadden dots up both corners, and he jumps ahead. No balls, 2 strikes. Long shadows being stretched across the diamond from the trees out and right, and also from the players as the sun continues to set. Throw to first, back safely is Little. Carey putting the tags down on the backside and the back legs. Another tag put in from Carey, and another time Little is safe. Ayers sets the target away. McFadden goes even further than that. McFadden in for relief of Hayden Keller, the starter. This time he picks him off. Finally, McFadden gets the pick off. He's had so many be so close. And he picks off Little, caught him unawares. Second out of the inning, and he's got a 1-2 count on Chavis. He gets a swing and a miss, held onto behind the plate by Ayers. And that'll do it for the top of the 6th. The leadoff walk disappears as Little gets picked off. McFadden picks up 2 strikeouts, both of them swinging. And the Nighthawks try to add some more. They'll bat for insurance in the bottom of the 6th when we return. You're watching Northwest Nazarene Baseball on YouTube.
Since 1998, Idaho Pizza has been serving our local community. With fresh, local ingredients and friendly faces to serve you, Idaho Pizza delivers greatness one delicious pizza at a time. For our monthly specials, menus, and a list of locations, visit IdahoPizzaCompany.com.
Duke Pawakoa, Walker Moore, Cameron Duke. 7-8-9 coming to bat as Northwest Nazarene looks to extend their lead going into the last inning. As we play the bottom of the sixth, the Nighthawks 2, the Saints 1. Rolstad on the mound. Pawakoa takes outside. Saints are still pitching to Pawakoa, even though he's batting nearly .820 against them in this series. 5 doubles, 2 RBIs. He checks his swing, goes down in the count. Ball and 2 strikes. Pawakoa 1 for 1 in this game, excuse me. He walked in the second, and it was put out on the base pass. He doubled in the fourth and scored a run. Just today, Pawakoa is 3 for 4 after going 6 for 7 yesterday. Yesterday, he went 6 for 7 with 4 doubles, 2 runs, and an RBI. In game 1, he went 4 for 4 with 4 doubles, 2 runs, and an RBI. He gets a piece of this one, and he pulls it through the shift, even with 3 players on the left side of second base. They cannot stop Duke Pawakoa, who just keeps adding to his legend this weekend. He's 2 for 2.
Baseman number 2, Walker Moore.
He is 10 for 12 in the series with 5 doubles. He has been the thorn in the side of the Saints, and this pitch gets away from Nakagawa. Let's Pawakoa go up to second for free on the wild pitch as Walker Moore was trying to give himself up with the bunt. Pawakoa now batting .833 in the series. He's in scoring position as the insurance run that the Nighthawks are hoping they can bring home here in what could be their last at-bats of the weekend. They can hold on in the top of the 7th. Moore still trying to bunt. This time he pops it up. Nakagawa is there. And another time, a player tries to give themselves up with the sacrifice bunt. It doesn't end up working out. For Moore, last time he was in the box in the 4th, it worked out for him. He got a single instead. This time he pops out to the catcher in foul territory for out number 1.
Pinch hitting for your Nighthawks, number 7, Cameron Bogard.
Cameron Bogard is going to pinch hit in place of Cameron Duke in the 9-hole. Bogard getting a pinch hit opportunity. He did the same in game 1. He pinch hit in the 8th. Ended up flying out to right field in his only opportunity. Pawakoa at second, 1 away. Saints still employing the shift against another right-handed hitter. McCauley playing right behind the bag. And Oshiro shaded over, giving a lot of space at the actual shortstop position. Were Bogard to hit one on the ground there. Rolstad set. Bogard fouls it into the net. Bogard Jr. from Enumclaw, Washington. Went to Enumclaw High School and then into the NWAC out of high school, playing at Skagit Valley Community College. Takes down and away. Third ball of the at-bat. Count goes to 3-1. Senior Ralsted ready. And Bogard manages to hack away and fight it off. Two Northern Washington natives going at it. Ralstad from Lake Tapps, Washington. Bogard from Enumclaw. Both of them in the northwest area of the state. 3-2. In the dirt, Bogard draws the walk, wins the battle, and puts runners on first and second for Tyler Best.
Here's center fielder number 12, Tyler Best.
Best hasn't had anything doing today. 0 for 3. Ground out, fielder's choice, and a strikeout. Hoping he can turn the tides, give his team the insurance that they crave. Fouls the first one into the net late. Nothing in one. Two-seam fastball at the bottom half of the zone. No balls, 2 strikes. Best went down swinging back in the fourth, trying to avoid another strikeout as he chokes up. Trying to drive in Pawakoa from second. Has to bend out of the way. Stayed in as long as he could before realizing that that one had no break on it. The 1-2. Slider inside, blocked behind the plate by Nakagawa. So Best, the Hawaii transfers, first year with NNU. Trying to secure them another victory to keep them atop the GNAC. Ralsted asking, where did it miss? Pointed in a bunch of different directions. Don't know if he ever got an answer, though. Count is full. Runners on first and second. And a slider. Cut on and missed. Sharp breaking action as Best went over the top of it. And he strikes out for the second time today.
Your shortstop, number 48, Kyle Payne.
Second strikeout for Best against Ralsted. Nighthawks looking for a 2-out base hit. Kyle Payne, the man who stands in. 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the fourth. Nothing a 1. Check swing, called strike anyway as it's in there. Ralsted trying to keep it where it's at. The 0-2 does not get the swing that he wanted. Buried it in the dirt. Good execution, good pitch in the situation. But a better job by Payne in the box to hold back. Payne goes down to get this one, carries it out to right field, going back to the wall, and looking up is Little. That one is gone.
For your shortstop, Kyle
A 2-out, 2-strike home run from Kyle Payne gives NNU the advantage that they were craving as they find insurance. Payne goes deep for just the second time this season, and he brings 2 home with him. Pawakoa and Bogard both score. And the Nighthawks are in business. Designated hitter Hayden Keller up with 2 away. It's a 5-1 lead. 8th hit in the ball game for the home side. One and one the count to Keller. 2 for 3 today. Struck out last time up in the 4th after singling in the 1st and the 3rd. This one pummeled to right field. Deep, far, and fair. Back-to-back jacks. The only question about that baseball was if it was going to be inside the foul pole. And Keller just hooked it around. Blasted it down the right field line. As he goes back-to-back with Kyle Payne. It's the 3rd home run of the season for Hayden Keller. And the Nighthawks have jumped out to a 5-run advantage. They're doing it again after they scored 6 in the bottom of the 8th in game 1. They've scored 4 in the bottom of the 6th in a 7-inning contest in the series finale. And now Carey gets into one. This will split the outfielders. Left center. It bounces all the way up to the wall. Grant Carey makes it back-to-back-to-back extra base hits for Northwest Nazarene, who are finding their groove against Brock Rolstad.
Here comes your catcher, number 13, Quentin Ayers.
Quentin Ayers will get another opportunity after lining out on 1 pitch in the 5th, but before that, the Saints are going to make a change on the mound. We'll step aside, let you know who's taking over when we return. Nighthawks have blown it open in the bottom of the 6th thanks to back-to-back home runs. They lead it by 5. Zach Alcos comes in looking for 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. Quentin Ayers stands in against the junior from Iwa Beach, Hawaii. Ayers goes after the first pitch as he did in the last at-bat. It's popped up shallow right. McCauley there to make the catch. That does it as the Nighthawks send 8 to the plate in the bottom of the 6th. They plate 4 on a 3-run home run from Kyle Payne and a solo shot from Hayden Keller. They're up 6-1, and they'll look to protect that lead as we move into the last inning of our doubleheader. Coming up when we come back. St. Martin's needs to get something going. It's the top of the 7th inning. They trail by 5 runs as Blake McFadden looks to close it out. McFadden misses. Jonathan Shimabukuro in the box, 0 for 2. Both of his at-bats have ended in groundouts. Back to the pitcher. Ball up in the air, pretty deep, center field. Best back to the wall, and it's gone. Dead center. A home run for Shimabukuro as he goes deep to the furthest part of the ballpark. And that's exactly what St. Martin's needed to lead off the inning. That is the second big fly of the season for Shimabukuro. A strike on the outside corner for McFadden. Braden McNally in the batter's box. He's 0 for 2. Although he got robbed of a base hit last time up. Hits this one into the netting. He lined one off the shin of McFadden, and it went straight to third base on the redirect, where Pawakoa picked it up and threw him out. That Kyle Payne 2-strike, 2-out home run looks pretty big for Northwest Nazarene right now. That's the reason this game isn't tied after the solo shot from Shimabukuro. A waste pitch there from McFadden. Ball fouled back into the netting. If the result holds, Hayden Keller would get the win. He made it 4 innings, gave up just 1 run. His team took the lead while he was still the pitcher. McFadden would actually get the save. He'd make it through 3 innings while holding the lead, and he would be credited with the save. It would be his second of the season if things hold as they are. And, of course, if he completes the game, have to make it through the rest of the batters. There is a right-hander warming up in the bullpen for NNU, but it seems to be just a precautionary measure more than anything. Ball and 2 strikes to McNally. Manages to watch the changeup float past him, down and in. Runs the count even. Saints looking to come back and split the series with the Nighthawks, while Northwest Nazarene looks to keep pace with the Wolves of Western Oregon at the top of the Greater Northwest Athletic Conference. Victory for NNU would push them to 14-10 on the year, 6-2 in conference. Back up the middle, McNally gets it over. McFadden this time, back-to-back base hits to open the visiting half of the 7th. Lineup turns over for Hunter Kosmiter, who singled off McFadden in the 5th inning. 1 for 3 on the day. McNally at first. Shimabukuro already in after his solo home run led off the inning. McFadden up high. Kosmiter bends back. One ball, no strikes to Kosmiter. At the bottom of the zone, a called strike. It's 1-1. 2 runs on 7 hits and no errors for the visiting Saints. 6 runs on 10 hits and a clean game in the field for Northwest Nazarene, including 2 fantastic diving stops up the middle. One by Payne at short and the other by the second baseman Walker Moore. McFadden coming set. Other way, a liner foul. Just snuck over the glove of Grant Carey at first base. Would have turned into a double play, more than likely, if Carey could have brought it down. Other way, right field, hit weakly, and getting caught out on the base pass. McNally, he read it wrong. It was off the end of the bat, and it didn't have a whole lot of carry. Walker Moore brings it down. It turns into a double play, as McNally didn't get back to tag. And that is a tough way to pick up an extra out. It's a pop out for out number 1 off the bat of Kosmiter. McNally gone on the double play. And Michael Yamaguchi will pinch hit as the last hope for the Saints. They trail it by 4. Batting for Ryan Oshiro. On the ground to third, Pawakoa picks it up, and he throws out the pinch hitter. Nighthawks sweep the doubleheader. They take 3 of 4 from the Saints in their home opener in the conference, and they do keep pace with Western Oregon. They improved to 14-10 on the season, 6-2 in the GNAC with the 6-2 win. Kyle Payne and Hayden Keller in the bottom of the 6th coming to life offensively with back-to-back home runs. Payne with the 3-run shot grabbed 4 RBIs in the victory for the Nighthawks, drove in more than half their runs in the 6-2 dub. Winning pitcher Hayden Keller, Blake McFadden gets the save, his second of the season. And the Nighthawks will go on. They are tied with Western Oregon, as we mentioned, at the top of the conference. And that will be who's coming to town next weekend. It'll be a #1 matchup at Elmore W. Vale Field as the Western Oregon University Wolves come to town Friday and Saturday, March 18th and 19th. 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock on Friday, 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock on Saturday the 19th. Those are the next two coming your way. We'll have it for you out here at NNU and from Vale Field next week when the Wolves are in town. It's a 6-2 final. Keller, the winning pitcher, McFadden, the save, and Payne with the big 3-run home run supplies the insurance that give NNU the victory. I'm Leonard Berry. Appreciate you all tuning in throughout the entirety of this weekend as the Nighthawks take 3 of 4 from the Saints. For the rest of our production crew here at Northwest Nazarene University, we thank you very much for watching, and we will see you next weekend when Western Oregon comes to town. Our final, Northwest Nazarene 6, St. Martin's 2.